has been stabbed at a constituency surgery meeting. The reports that we're getting say he's been stabbed multiple times. There are armed police at the scene. A man has been arrested and a knife has been recovered already. Conservatives David Cameron's former Conservative leader has talked about how he's very alarmed by the situation. It's worrying news. Ian Duncan Smith says he's praying for Sir David Amess's family. He's 69. David Amess, first elected as an MP in 1983 in Basildon, went on to be then represent Southend West since 1997. The Joe Cox Foundation, which was formed after the MP was murdered in 2016, so they're horrified by the situation. We'll bring you more details as we get them throughout the afternoon, but that's as much as we know at the moment. Sir David Amess, the Conservative MP, stabbed multiple times at a constituency surgery meeting. It was at the Belfairs Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea. Happened at 12:05 this afternoon. Let's speak to David Law, former counter-terrorism detective, now an expert on terrorism and security at Leeds Beckett University. David, hi to you.
Good afternoon, Tony.
This news is still developing. We're getting more details as the afternoon goes along. But I guess the first thing to explore here is constituency surgery meetings. Ian Duncan Smith talked about the anger that exists in the political world at the moment. And often these are meetings where MPs, they hold them regularly, they're well advertised, and little, if absolutely no security.
Yeah, because it's, I suppose we could say it's part of our democratic process. As you said, our 600 odd MPs will be having their surgeries today. Most of them will be having them today or tomorrow morning. And it is that thing. They are our representative, and us as constituencies can go and see our MP at the surgery, and any issue that we have, we raise it with them. And I think, this is how we've operated for years. But of course, it's not the first time we've had them. Fortunately, we've had another stabbing incident at a surgery before. And you mentioned, of course, Joe Cox in 2016. Attacking our MPs really is an attack on our democracy. That's how I see it, Tony.
Yeah, actually, Brendan Cox has tweeted a few moments ago, the husband of Joe Cox. He says attacking our elected representatives is an attack on democracy itself. There's no excuse, no justification. It's as cowardly as it gets. That's Brendan Cox. I guess, David, it's obviously far too early to speculate on motives at the moment. Who knows what was behind this attack? But just on that general issue of protecting MPs, do you think now that we've had this incident and you refer back to Joe Cox, do you think now it's time to rethink the relationship that MPs have with their constituents?
I think in the current climate, I think we have got to consider it, and as you said, Tony, it is early to speculate. Obviously, when I heard the news, one thought went through my head and then another thought of what could be the motive. But you look politically at the moment, there's a lot of issues that are ongoing, not just obviously in my area of terrorism and security, but you're looking at Brexit issues are still rumbling. There's issues around environment. There's issues around the Conservative government, how they dealt with COVID, and the list is quite long. So it could be someone simply who has got some form of grievance, but obviously has gone the wrong way about in a way that we should never do. He's gone to an elected representative and could have taken his life. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it stays, that he recovers.
Yeah, I'll just remind people, just stay with us, David. I'm just remind people why we're on air a little early today. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed multiple times, we're told, at a constituency surgery at Belfairs Methodist Church at Leigh-on-Sea this afternoon, 12:05. Police have arrested a man and they've retrieved a knife at the scene. An air ambulance was sent to the scene as well. That's as much as we know at the moment. I'm speaking to David Law, former counter-terrorism detective, expert on terrorism and security at Leeds Beckett University. And David, just to explore more that issue of protecting our MPs, if they are to do their democratic duty, and this is the problem, they need to meet with constituents. I mean, how on earth, if on the back of this things were to change, how on earth would you begin to say, well, those meetings have to be protected? Do you have police officers present at every constituency surgery? How would you do it?
Well, of course, we have to look at staffing levels and commitments of the police. Could they afford operationally to carry this out? But we have, it is a priority, and certainly maybe in the short term that we should consider this with with some grievances that are going on, that we have to protect them. I think we're duty bound to do it. But then do we then sort of start having locked doors and access and that sort of thing in the future, that we have that process where is a filtering system of security before you actually get to see the MP, which would be a shame, because I think for years and years we've enjoyed our access to our MPs, and I think they've enjoyed the access to their own constituents. But I think now a time has come where we have to seriously think about this. There's one attack's too many, but we've had a couple now like this, and I think we have to have a good hard think about how we're going to do it. But obviously, I suppose in the short term, having police officers at surgeries there, but most of them will be unarmed police officers as well.
And as far as security forces are concerned, David, they'll look at we have the terror alert in this country, the terror threat level, and one would automatically think of terrorist attacks that we've all seen and witnessed over the past 5 years or so. But you hit on a point that politics these days is exceptionally binary, and people hold forthright views. And do security forces take an interest in issues like that? Let's just talk about Brexit. No, I'm not saying that's got anything to do with this situation whatsoever, but there is anger on both sides. When security experts think about threat levels to our representatives, to MPs, would they take into account the political temperature in this country, as opposed to the threat level from the usual suspects, if I can put it that way?
Yeah, I think so. And of course, obviously we have our social media and we have open sources, which obviously be easier to monitor. And if someone is just going beyond perhaps expressing some anger to, it's time we did something about this, and it's time we let MPs learn a lesson, and you start to build that up, I think that would cause alarm bells to ring. But of course, those who are looking towards this sort of action would also be on encrypted sites like your Telegrams and WhatsApp and so on, which is harder to monitor. But you're quite right. I think we have to look at this. If another issue, of course, we talk about Brexit. You've got the protocol, and we've got our Northern Irish MPs. They're arguing with each other at the moment, but this is the issue that we've got to look at, because those MPs also will have their surgery and meet their constituents, and certainly when you talk about Brexit and the protocol with the North, it really is at the moment an issue that there's, as you said, polarised opinions. So we have to do this.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, it is too early to speculate on any kind of motive here. I will just remind, again, stay with us, David. I will just remind people why we've come on air a little early today here on 5 Live. The Conservative MP, if you're just joining us, the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed, we are told, multiple times at a constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex, at the Belfairs Methodist Church. Armed police are at the scene now, an air ambulance is close by. Reports locally say that the medical services are operating at the scene of the stabbing. A man's been arrested, we know that, and a knife has been recovered as well. Sir David Amess has been an MP since 1983. Originally represented Basildon, where he was elected just at the age of 31. Remember at the time, watching that evening as the results came in, that he was lauded as a very, very young MP, and the fact that he won Basildon was seen as an indicator that it was going to be a big night for the Conservatives. He made headlines at the time. He then went on to represent Southend West. And he has represented Southend West since 1997. I'm speaking at the moment to David Law, who's a former counter-terrorism detective and now an expert on terrorism and security at Leeds Beckett University. And David, let's just talk generally about MPs themselves. They will see this job of going face-to-face with constituents as absolutely a fundamental part of their job. One, in fact, that they feel probably they couldn't represent their constituents if they didn't do this. So a penny for that, for many MPs' thoughts at this moment.
Yeah, as we just saying just before, it's an absolute fundamental part of our democracy, and it's a fundamental role. And whatever people think of MPs, and I know some sort of discard them, but the vast majority of virtually all those MPs, they stand for Parliament. They represent our interests. They do it from a good place, if you like. a lot of them see it as a vocation, and a lot of those MPs work really hard for their constituents. There are a lot of backbench MPs. There's the debates that perhaps people don't look at, the one where there might be about 20, 30 MPs sat there, but these are still important discussions in the House of Commons, and they are committed to their job, like many people in most occupations, and certainly one where you're serving the public. There is that vocational quality, and take away the party politics side of it, and how they'll you see prime minister's questions like a bear pit. Take that away, but look at the work in the background on the committees that they're involved in. You look at the wider aspect of their role, and they're there. And most of them are doing their best to represent their constituents as best they can. And I think a lot of people remember they're human beings. These are individuals who, you control them on social media. It'll still hurt them what people say. And I know with one of my former MP here in Liverpool was Luciana Burgess. She had a terrible time, very anti-Semitic tweets towards her and so on. But she still worked hard for her constituency here. And we have to remember they're humans, and most of them are doing the job that they see as the best way they can do it for us.
Yeah, and we've talked just generally about the role of constituency surgeries. On the one hand, people would see that as an absolute must for accountability as far as the MP is concerned, but also many MPs, put aside those that we often see on the news all the time, there are hundreds of MPs who pride themselves on being good constituency MPs, and it's important to them to work for the people who voted for them, and a surgery is more likely to be people talking about problems that they're having with the local refuse collection.
Yes.
And all kinds of issues like that, and there'll be many MPs who certainly wouldn't want to stop doing those. David, if after this there is a reconsideration of how surgeries are operated, how costly, how effective would it be? For example, let's say suddenly people say, right, MPs now need 24-hour round-the-clock police protection. I mean, it would, we've talked about the political climate at the moment. Is that something that's even feasible?
I think it would be very difficult, as I said, because operationally, because it won't be just one officer that they'll have. There'll be a team of officers if they're having round-the-clock protection. I think we have to just take as best a pragmatic view, and I think perhaps the first place is look at where are the weak spots in the security of MPs, and it looks like really at surgeries is the first one, and that could be the priority to deal with. I think when they're at Westminster, you look at the security. I mean, there's an all-party parliamentary committee. I'm a member of it. It's quite nice going to Westminster and seeing the history of it, and the security there is very tight. So, and then of course they'll have the offices across the road from the Palace of Westminster itself. So the security is very tight there. But I think it's when they get back to their constituencies, and certainly the surgeries, I think that should be the number one priority to start looking at now and start dealing. And as I said, look at where the weaknesses are in security. And I think that's one of them, Tony.
David, look, thanks for coming on at short notice. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There we are, David Law, then a former counter-terrorism detective, reflecting on the news then that's broken this afternoon that the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been stabbed multiple times at his constituency surgery. Leon C in Essex, happened at 12:05 this afternoon. Police have arrested a man, recovered a knife. There's an air ambulance at the scene. There are armed police at the scene, and from what we're told, locally, the medical services are operating at the surgery. They've taken that decision to do that. That's all we know at the moment. We'll bring you news as it breaks throughout the afternoon. Lots of people, as you would imagine, responding to this story. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says it's horrific and deeply shocking news, thinking of David, his family and his staff. The leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, says, sending my thoughts and prayers to David Amess, his family and friends. It's shocking and terrible news. Ian Duncan-Smith, the former Conservative leader, says, my thoughts are with David Amess and his family at this awful time, praying for a full recovery following this appalling, shocking news. This angry, violent behaviour, says Ian Duncan-Smith, cannot be tolerated in politics or any other walk of life, something we may reflect on as the afternoon goes along. Angela Rayner, Labour's deputy leader, says she's horrified by this news. We don't know the details yet, but on behalf of all of us in the Labour Party, I want to say our thoughts are with David, and we hope that he pulls through and is okay. And the Joe Cox Foundation, set up after the murder of the Labour MP in 2016 say they're horrified by this news. Right, we are going to get the news now. We'll be back with you very shortly as we continue to reflect on this story here then on 5 Live throughout the afternoon. Drives on early at the other side of the news. Normally we'll be on at 5 today, but we're on at 4.
BBC News at 3 o'clock. This is Claire Ronacres. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been attacked in his South West constituency. 2 local councillors said he was stabbed several times at his office in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex just after midday and was treated at the scene. An air ambulance attended, but the 69-year-old MP's condition is still not known. Police say they've arrested a man and recovered a knife. They're not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident and do not believe there's an ongoing threat to the public. Our political correspondent Peter Saul is following developments.
Sir David Amess was having, as a lot of MPs do on a Friday, their regular constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea. Essex police have confirmed that they have arrested a man following reports of a stabbing there.
His Tory colleague, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, gave his reaction.
Right now, all I can think of is my prayers for him and his family, and him for a safe recovery, and them for the most terrible emotions they must be going through. The reality for us is that we see constituents all the time, both in their houses and in surgeries. We're out and about. We're always available. We must be available. It's the most critical bit of what makes the British parliamentary system, I think, one of the most accessible in the world.
COVID testing at a lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended after an estimated 43,000 people were given a false negative PCR test result. Concerns were raised when people had positive lateral flow tests but received negative PCR results. Latest estimates from the ONS survey suggest there were just over 1 million people in the UK with coronavirus in the week ending the 9th of October. That's the highest number since the end of January. 1 in 65 people are thought to have the virus, up from 1 in 70 last week. A number of rail and council workers in Scotland have voted to take strike action to coincide with the COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. Members of the RMT and GMB unions are both walking out in disputes about pay. Health officials in southern Afghanistan say more than 30 people have been killed in a series of bomb blasts at a mosque in Kandahar. Around 90 others were injured in the attack on a mosque used by the minority Shia community. And a monument paying tribute to the Windrush generation who arrived in Britain after the war is to be designed by the Jamaican artist Basil Watson. It was selected from a shortlist of 4 designs and will be unveiled next year at Waterloo Station, as Camilla McInnes reports.
The 12-foot-high bronze statue will depict a man, a woman and a child hand in hand, dressed in their Sunday best, climbing a mountain of suitcases. It will act as a symbol and a tribute to the dreams, ambition and courage of the Windrush generation, who arrived from the Caribbean to help rebuild Britain after the Second World War. It will be the first public artwork in the UK by Basil Watson, whose sculptures include one of Usain Bolt in Jamaica and one of Martin Luther King in Atlanta.
BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 3.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters.
The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to 5 Live. Drives on early. We've been bringing you the breaking news of an attack at an MP surgery. I'm very sad to say in the last few moments news has come through that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, sadly has died after he was stabbed multiple times at his surgery. Around lunchtime today, the attack happened at 12:05. Police did arrest a man at the scene, and we can reveal that he's been arrested on suspicion of murder now, of course, after the death of Sir David Amess. And they recovered a knife from the scene. It happened at the Belfairs Methodist Church, as I say, at 12:05. Sir David Amess was the MP for Basildon from 1983. I mentioned earlier, if you were listening just before the news, that he was elected at the age of 31. And I remember watching television on the night that he was elected, and that was seen as an indication that it was going to be a good night for the Conservatives. And he took a lot of the headlines that night on the TV coverage as Margaret Thatcher won an election. He went on to represent Southend West, and he has done that from 1997. And he was meeting constituents as he would have done, and on a very regular basis. It's something MPs do all the time, and the surgeries are advertised locally. Everyone in the constituency would know how to come face to face with their local MP. So just to confirm, Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been stabbed multiple times at a constituency surgery, and in the last few moments the news has been confirmed that he's died as a result of that attack. We've already had messages. The Joe Cox Foundation, of course, this tweet came out before the news broke that he died, but they said they were horrified to hear of the attack at the scene. I think now we can get more from our political correspondent, Helen Catt.
We can, Helen.
Hi, yes. So, as you said, we're just hearing that we have had it confirmed from Essex Police that a man has died after the stabbing earlier. As you said, it was Sir David Amess was at a constituency surgery at a Methodist church in his constituency around midday. We know that he was stabbed. Sir David Amess, he has been an MP since 1983, so 38 years. In that time, he's represented 2 seats, the seat of Basildon initially, which he held, including in the 1992 election, and he later the seat for Southend West. So that's what we know at this stage.
Yeah, Helen, very within Conservative Party circles, he's a very popular MP.
Yeah, and also it seems locally in his constituency. I mean, we've already heard this afternoon from councillors in the Southend area who say that they routinely describe him as hard-working, as someone who worked really hard for the Southend area. He's been a leading voice in calls to try and make Southend a city. So I think he's seen as certainly a very hard-working MP. He's a backbencher. So despite all that time in Parliament, I think what's quite notable is that he has been a backbench MP for during that time. He's not been a minister. He's not done that sort of route. He has been a very local MP representing his constituents. He did have some time as a private secretary to Michael Portillo when he was a minister. But certainly, I mean, that's what local councillors seem to be saying about him, what other MPs are saying about him. And there have been a lot of people who've come forward to say their thoughts are with him and his family, as David Cameron, the former Prime Minister, among those, Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, again, among those. Lots of people this afternoon coming forward to express their thoughts and their sympathies for his family.
Yes, let's just repeat exactly what's happened then this afternoon, Helen. In the past few minutes, police investigating the stabbing of the MP David Amess say a man has died at the scene. He'd been attacked while meeting constituents. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Helen, can we just talk generally about constituency meetings? I was talking about them before the news, but MPs see them just as a fundamental method of meeting their constituents and also being able to be held accountable by the people who voted for them.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And these are, it's part of the sort of meat and drink, if you like, of being an MP, that they go out and they have these surgeries that they are there for their constituents to meet and bring their problems, whatever they may be, their issues to them. And so, routinely they are out in places like church halls, in supermarkets, in some cases out in the street, holding these surgeries because it allows them to meet constituents and really talk to them face to face and deal with their issues in a way that many of them, when you talk to them, say, well, look, we just can't do that over the phone or over a video call. It's not quite the same as being there, being accessible. Ultimately, it's their face that goes out on the leaflets when they're elected. They are asking people to vote for them, to put their trust in them. And so many of them, when you talk to them, feel that it's really important that they are then able to make themselves available in this way, where they are out in the community, face to face with people, so that they can just take up those issues as and when they come across them.
Helen, thanks for now. I'm sure we'll speak again throughout the afternoon. You're listening to Drive on 5 Live with Tony Livesey and Michelle Ackley. We're on air early after an attack at a constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex, and in the past few minutes, police investigating the stabbing of MP Sir David Amess say a man has died at the scene. He was attacked while meeting constituents, and a man has now been arrested on suspicion of murder. We can speak to the former Conservative MP, Dominic Grieve now. Hello, welcome to the programme.
Good afternoon.
And thanks I do appreciate you coming on at such a difficult moment as well. Your initial thoughts?
Well, I'm appalled by this news. And if David has indeed been murdered, it's a terrible terrible thing, and it's clear that appears to have happened. And he was a colleague, somebody I knew over my long period in the House of Commons, and it's devastating news. As for the background to this, it's very difficult. MPs have to be accessible to their constituents. And I think many of us know that as a consequence, there have been occasions when there has been some risk to us, but mercifully in this country, the occurrence of somebody actually murderous attack on an MP is relatively low, but it has happened with some. Well, it's still been happening. It happened to an MP in Cheltenham. It happened to Stephen Timms and obviously to Joe Cox. And others have also been assaulted. It's a sad reflection on some of the anger in our society. I have no idea what the motivation for this dreadful crime was. But all that I can say is I'm devastated to hear this news.
I would like in a moment, if we can, to talk about constituency surgeries and the role they play and how we may protect MPs. But just to reflect a little bit more on your colleague, Sir David Amess. His election, I mentioned already, Dominic, his election in 1983 in Basildon was a pivotal moment on that election night, and he got a lot of attention, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it was a pivotal moment, and David was always an MP who I'm sure represented his constituents very well, but he represented a strand of conservatism that was very important, and he was somebody who was very much rooted in the background of his constituency as well.
On that, when you mention constituencies, then can we just talk in general about the role of MPs? Because I know that MPs absolutely value meeting constituents face to face. But is there a level of vulnerability baked into that situation? Though, is it time to reconsider these face to face meetings?
Yes, there is an element of vulnerability baked into it, but I don't think there's anything that we can reconsider. After Joe Cox was murdered, the police gave some security advice. I think probably most MPs tightened up a little bit their security. I think most MPs probably require people to make bookings before they come in and see them. And most MPs, I certainly did, had some staff who were sitting in the outer office who could help and assist. And there were telephone numbers to get in touch with the police if anybody had any anxiety. But we don't have machines to check people as to whether they're carrying knives when they come in. And I don't think anybody would think that was an acceptable or appropriate thing to do. And at the end of the day, if somebody makes an appointment, and although an inquiry is made, certainly when I was an MP, as to what they wanted to come and see me about, you don't know who you're going to get. And some people may be very volatile and very difficult. And certainly on one occasion, I was physically assaulted in my surgery, but it was a very minor matter, and fortunately not with a murderous weapon.
No. What happened on that occasion?
Well, it's a very angry constituent came in to complain about a planning matter, over which, in fact, I had no control. I explained to them what the law was. They were in breach of the law, and they were going to have to, there was enforcement notices against them, and they were going to have to comply with them. The person got very angry and lashed out at me. But as I say, these things do happen, and most MPs, I suspect, do their best to diffuse people who come in who are clearly angry. But that's far away from a murderous assault with a knife.
Indeed. If you will bear with me, Dominic Grieve, I just want to remind people what we're talking about today while we're on air early. Police have announced that that a man has died at the scene of a stabbing. They were investigating the stabbing of the MP, Sir David Amess. That man has now died. He was the politician had been attacked while meeting constituents. A man's been arrested on suspicion of murder. A knife's been recovered at the scene. I'm now speaking to the former Conservative MP and former colleague of David Amess, Dominic Grieve. And Dominic, Ian Duncan-Smith has paid, was wishing actually David Amess well, because he tweeted before the news emerged of what subsequently happened. But he did say this angry, violent behaviour cannot be tolerated in politics or any other walk of life. What I don't want to do, and you'll know about this better than me, I don't want to speculate on any motives whatsoever, but just the general tone of politics today, do you think that anger has been ratcheted up over the past few years?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. I think that we are still living in. I think we're living in a more deeply divided country than we were when I started out in politics in the 1990s. Of course, there are always political divisions, but some of them have become very bitter. And as a consequence, it just percolates down. And I think people's language matters. And people have expressed themselves in angry terms. Calling other people traitors should really have no place in politics. But we've had it, whereas we certainly didn't have it 20 years ago. And denigrating people who may have a view just different from yours. You may disagree profoundly with that view, but it's not a reason to denigrate them. And so I'm afraid I think that does percolate down, and it then reaches people who may be mentally unstable, who may be obsessional, and I think it creates a climate where it's more likely, as a consequence, that people like that will tip over the edge and do something violent. And I think it's something that we all need to watch.
Do you, and I appreciate as well now, as is the situation with breaking news, it's very early to start talking about this, but is it time for a review of how MPs deal with constituents, how they are protected on a daily basis?
We can certainly do it, but I have to say to you, I don't think, unless MPs wish to cut themselves off from their public, which is impossible, and would be an abdication of our duty for those who are in Parliament, then quite frankly, you have got to expose yourself to a degree of risk. And fortunately, we live in a society where, on the whole, people behave properly towards each other. So to sort of somehow compartmentalise MPs away and say they can't meet the public anymore, well, then we might as well give up on democracy. No, these risks have to be taken. And we have to accept that the risks exist. Of course, one can try to take some prudent measures to try to reduce them. But beyond that, I wouldn't wish to see... had I still been in Parliament, my accessibility to my constituents diminished.
If I could just keep your company for the next few moments, Dominic Grieve, I just want to remind people again why we're here and now why we're on air early. Sadly, the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been killed at a constituency surgery this afternoon, 12:05. He was attacked by a man with a knife, and in the last few moments, police have announced that his death has occurred. I'm speaking to Dominic Grieve, a former Conservative MP and former colleague of David Amess. And I guess now's the time, Dominic, to just talk about your memories of David and his impact on the Conservative Party.
Well, he was a highly opinionated, staunch. He belonged to a particular strand of conservatism, probably not entirely my own, but until Brexit became rather divisive, I think, somebody who I've always had respect for him, even when we were divided over Brexit. But he epitomised a strand of conservatism, and he definitely in that reflected the views of his constituents. And he was, by all accounts, we all knew it at the time, a good Conservative constituency MP, and did that. And he was a valuable member, a colleague in the House, somebody with whom it was pleasant to talk, pleasant to hear his views, as part of that process by which in politics you exchange ideas all the time.
Just a final reflection. We've discussed his election in 1983 in Basildon at the age of 31. We talked about that being pivotal. Why was that so important for the Conservatives at that point?
Because it was at a time when it was a question of was the Conservative Party making progress, particularly with sections of the public who traditionally might be considered likely to vote Labour. And Basildon was a new town. It had largely been formed from people moving out of the East End. And I think that his victory in Basildon was seen as a very clear sign that the politics that the Conservative Party was putting forward was resonating with that section of the electorate.
Dominic Grieve, thank you so much for coming on the programme today. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's the former Conservative MP Dominic Grieve. You're listening to Drive on 5 Live with Tony Livesey and Michelle Ackerley, reflecting on the news then this afternoon that the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been killed at a constituency surgery this afternoon. Michelle, I think you've got a statement from Essex Police for us.
Yeah, we've got the statement in full here saying a man has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a man was stabbed in Leigh-on-Sea. We were called to an address in Eastwood Road North shortly after 12:05 p.m. today. We attended and found a man injured. He was treated by emergency services but sadly died at the scene. A 25-year-old man was quickly arrested after officers arrived at the scene on suspicion of murder and a knife was recovered. He is currently in custody. We're not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident. We want to thank the public who alerted us to the incident so quickly. That's the Essex Police's statement in full there.
Yeah, we'll continue to react to this story throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live. Let's speak now to Will Geddes, who's a security specialist. Will, hello. Welcome to the programme.
Hi, Tony. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I want to talk, and I think this is going to increase and become a topic on which much thought is given over the next few days now, about these constituency surgeries. Sir David Amess was holding his at a Methodist church in Leigh-on-Sea. They are open to the public. They are heavily advertised. People can wander in, possibly through appointment, but any constituent can make an appointment. Is this, Will, an area of real vulnerability for MPs?
Yeah, absolutely. I think without question, we've seen, unfortunately, circumstances in the past which have been very, very similar. And, there are, I agree certainly with many of the things Dominic Grieve was saying, but I think fundamentally it comes down to there are measures you can put in place to try and prevent, obviously, these kind of incidents taking place. And yes, they do have to have, face time with their constituents. But MPs have to be very, very cautious because we are in, increased and volatile times, particularly with sentiment towards the government.
We heard from Dominic Grieve how he was manhandled once at a constituency surgery. There will be pushback from MPs, though, Will, who see this as a chance to meet the people who voted for them. So any notion of perhaps doing it remotely using technology, may not suit them.
No, I agree. And I think, technology can be used as a contingency, but it's about processing those that are making those appointments and also the choice of the location where you have those surgeries. I mean, in terms of the appointment schedule, that is your kind of vetting or due diligence process that doesn't have to be that extensive. It can be down to obviously obtaining and confirming telephone numbers, email addresses, any social media profile, anything like that. And even if you didn't say get the social media profile, which people are probably unwilling to offer, you can actually have a quick look and find online, literally within a few minutes, whether someone is putting up a sort of, volatile rhetoric or anti-government rhetoric, which could give you a bit of a warning sign that this person could be a problem. And for those that one can't be certain about, then yes, the fallback position potentially could be to technology. And that's probably one of the positive things that came out of lockdown, that we are much more sort of used to using Zoom or Skype or any one of those packages to actually communicate with other people.
We'll stay with us. I just want to remind people of this news story this afternoon. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been killed at a constituency surgery this afternoon. There were reports of a multiple stabbing. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. A knife has been recovered at the scene. He was treated at Belfair's Methodist Church by ambulance services, but he has died there. Sir David Amess was 69. He'd been an MP since 1983. And I'm now speaking to Will Geddes, who's a security specialist, because this isn't the first constituency surgery where this has happened. And so, Will, how would you begin to make these places safe? I mentioned that this one was at a church, which of course is open. Where would you begin to think about holding such a meeting with constituents?
Well, to a certain extent, I mean, there are going to be a couple of basic factors. I mean, I've had a look at Belfair's Methodist Church and had a look at the photos of the actual location. And it's kind of remote, but wide open. And that in itself would create concerns for me. There has to be somewhere which is accessible, not just obviously for the constituents, but also potentially for the police to respond to. So I would have it in a closer proximity to, your local police station or the nearest police station. So if you did need to rally assistance, you can rally it quite quickly. In terms of the venue itself and where the discussions or the meetings are held, it's always good to have thresholds that people have to pass through. So there's a waiting area where people can obviously sit. And it's at that point, with a bit of training for the assistants or whoever is supporting on the day, they can look for potential indicators. And it only requires a bit of training to look at someone who is perhaps a bit anxious and have some kind of criteria that the assistants can go to say, you know what, I'm so sorry, but we're running out of time. Can we arrange this via Zoom or Skype? So that they don't find themselves caught in that sort of compromising position where they think, I have to go ahead with this meeting, but this person's making me anxious.
I guess a lot of it, and again, we are being careful not to speculate on the motive here, but it is hard to legislate if someone wants to go to an open meeting and do damage. We there are no, as far as I can discern, there are no metal detectors at any of these surgeries, and people aren't searched on the way in. So if someone's carrying a weapon, I guess access would eventually open up. So I'm not sure, again, Will, what this says fundamentally about our democracy, but how easy would it be to have a police presence at all constituency surgeries?
I think that'd be really, really difficult. I mean, the police are stretched, as we all know, and to have someone actually there for quite a few hours providing that support, there would have to be, again, a criteria for the police to say it necessitates or it requires a police presence. Does that communicate the right message the MP wants to send to his constituents? Maybe, maybe not. But I think it depends, again, by measuring. I mean, these days we measure an awful lot by social media. So, if you have a particular person in the public eye, you look at what are the comments surrounding that person. Have they done anything in particular to inflame public opinion or a certain community or section of society's sort of opinions towards them? And if you have that, then inevitably you're going to take more precautions or maybe even go, you know what, we'll do it remotely.
Yeah, I was speaking earlier on about this actually before 3 o'clock about whether the authorities actually take the temperature of politics. The threats, the known threats from people under suspicion of potential terrorist acts, they will be on a list requiring attention. But as politics becomes increasingly binary and people become increasingly angry about the views that they hold, I'm just wondering if security forces would do that. And MPs may push back, Will, if the police suddenly said, well, look, you've had a lot of attention this week after what you said in Parliament, maybe you need this protection at constituency, maybe an MP, the fundamental representation of democracy in this country may say, I don't want security forces when I meet my voters. What does that say about me?
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. And I mean, inevitably, it's down to the individual as to whether they choose to go ahead with it. But the police in their capacity or the security services, if they're supporting in some way, if they're saying, you know what, there is an amplified level of threat potentially against you right now, the individual has to make their own qualified judgment. But there are, Tony, many different components that you can inject into a security solution. The venue being one, the scheduling being two, training being three. And putting all these things together, you can mitigate the risk to a certain degree. I mean, not entirely. If someone comes in with a concealed weapon, then it could be very, very difficult to identify. However, it's rare that these things are so spontaneous. There will have been some kind of indicator to the police, maybe on social media, that might say this person could turn up. So it's joining the dots, if you like, between the appointee's name and telephone number and them turning up on the day.
Yeah. I wonder, Will, whether if the decision was yours now, would you ask MPs to suspend their surgeries until further notice, till more is known about what's happened here?
That's a very, very difficult question to answer. I would say if there are individuals that have known threats or they have a heightened level of risk against them right now because people are not liking them for one reason or another, then they just need to ensure that they're doing a review. I mean, one of the questions you asked Dominic Grieve was, should there be a review? Yes, there should. There should always be a review after these kind of events to see what can one do better.
Will, appreciate you coming on. Thank you. Thanks for your time. I know the information is scarce at the moment, so I appreciate you coming on and talking about the wider issues surrounding this story. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's Will Geddes, their security specialist, reacting to the news then this afternoon that we'll reflect on further throughout the afternoon, that the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after an attack at his constituency surgery. He was 69, the MP for Southend West. He was stabbed while meeting constituents at the Belfairs Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. A knife was recovered at the scene. So we're going to be on air now for the foreseeable future, reflecting on this story, getting reaction, of course, paying tribute to Sir David Amess. It's Drive, an early drive with Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey. Time for the news and sport headlines now. It's just coming round to 3:30.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Bringing you up to date with the latest headlines. As you just heard there, the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been stabbed to death in his Southend West constituency. The attack happened at a church in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex just after midday. Police have arrested a man on suspicion of murder and say they aren't looking for anyone else. The Education Secretary, Nadim Zahawi, has paid tribute to him, saying, "Rest in peace, Sir David. You were a champion for animal welfare, the less fortunate, and the people of Southend West." COVID testing at a lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended after around 43,000 people were given a false negative PCR test result. Concerns were raised when people have had positive lateral flow tests but received negative PCR results. And the latest estimates from the ONS survey suggest there were just over 1 million people in the UK with coronavirus in the week ending the 9th of October, the highest number since the end of January. 1 in 65 people are thought to have the virus, up from 1 in 70 last week. James Gregg is on the spot.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Steve Bruce has been speaking to the media for the first time since the takeover of the club by a Saudi-backed consortium. It's ahead of his 1,000th game as Premier League manager, but there's been so much speculation about his future that the club took the unusual step earlier of confirming that Bruce would be in charge of Sunday's match.
The ability of having the experience that I've had over the last 20-odd years or whatever it is to just get about, do your job, do as best you possibly can until you hear different. And after a brief 10-minute conversation with the new owners, they just said, carry on until I hear otherwise. And that's what I've done.
That first game for the new ownership at Newcastle will be against Spurs at home Sunday at 4:30, and there's commentary of it right here on 5 Live. Liverpool's Brazilian duo Alisson Becker and also Fabinho will travel directly to Spain from international duty. That's to complete their COVID quarantine. The club are sending them to Madrid, where Liverpool face Atletico in the Champions League on Tuesday. That's to finish their 10 days in isolation. On the Newcastle takeover, though, the Reds boss Jurgen Klopp reckons the spending power of Newcastle is similar to that of the failed European Super League.
A few months ago, I think we had a massive argument, issue, I would say, the whole football world with 12 clubs or so trying to build a Super League. And rightly so, didn't happen. But this is kind of creating a super team, if you want. It's pretty much the same.
Elsewhere, Pep Guardiola says that he can't guarantee Raheem Sterling more game time after the forward suggested he could leave Manchester City if he didn't play regularly. Sterling said he'd be open to moving abroad after starting just one Premier League match this year so far, as more from all the Premier League managers presses ahead of the weekend's action later on in the Friday Football Social. Now, next season's Formula One schedule will be published later, and the Chinese Grand Prix is expected to be dropped from it. Formula One reporter for us here on 5 Live, Jenny Gow, has more details.
F1 is set to publish a record 23-race calendar later on today, but there won't be a place for the Chinese Grand Prix. It means they miss out on another race at Shanghai, COVID restrictions making it impossible. However, it will be replaced by the Emilia-Romagna GP in Imola on the 24th of April. It also sees reprise for Australia, Canada, Singapore and Japan, all set to take place in 2022. The season begins in Bahrain on the 20th of March and will end 35 weeks later in Abu Dhabi on the 20th of November.
We've got live commentary as well over on Sports Extra. Chennai Super Kings against Calcutta Knight Riders in the Indian Premier League final. MS Dhoni's Chennai are batting at the moment. They are 56 without loss, and that's after 7 overs. And the KKR skipper Owen Morgan has got it all to do in that final. And that's all your 5 Live sport for now.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Drive on 5 Live. Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey with you. We're reflecting on the terrible news this afternoon that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery at Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. Happened around lunchtime today at the Belfairs Methodist Church. A man's been arrested on suspicion of murder. Police have recovered a knife at the scene. He was the MP for Southend West, first elected in 1983 to represent Basildon, then switched to Southend West in 1997. Hugely popular within the Conservative Party, and we'll reflect more on his life as an MP as the programme goes along. Let's talk more now, though, about security for MPs in general. Philip Grindell is CEO of the security firm Diffuse Feel Safer in Public Life, and crucially he was brought in after the murder of the MP Joe Cox in 2016 to advise MPs on how to stay safe. Philip, hi to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
I wish we weren't having this conversation, and we imagined perhaps after Joe Cox that we wouldn't have to again, but we have. What, if I can take you back, Philip, to that time, what were you called on to do at that point as far as MP safety was concerned?
So at the time I was a Metropolitan Police officer, and really my role was to stop the next attack. And with the team that we developed within Parliament, we looked at all of the abuse, the threats, the intimidation, and also looked at the security that the MPs required, and looked at it holistically to try and build a better picture of what was going on, and also, fundamentally to help them feel safer and be safer.
I spoke to Dominic Grieve, the former Conservative MP, a little earlier on the show, and he was telling me how he was on one occasion manhandled during a surgery, and also reflected on letters that he'd received. What did you discern about the level of threat to our MPs? What are they putting up with on a weekly, monthly basis?
Well, I think, notwithstanding what's happened today, which is a devastating for anyone involved within our British political system, and I absolutely send my commiserations out to his friends, families and colleagues, because I know that he'll be deeply missed. But in general terms, the physical threat to our British MPs is relatively low. But of course, the other threats around the reputational threats, etc., is high. They get a huge amount of verbal and other abuse and intimidation. But thankfully, notwithstanding what's happened today, physical attacks on our MPs are still relatively rare. What
general advice? Because we've already had this discussion around how MPs are the very bastion of democracy as far as this country is concerned, and all of them will be very loath to say they didn't want to meet the people who'd voted for them. So, what advice have you given in the past, or would you give for safety at a constituency surgery from presumably from the moment somebody asks for an appointment? How do you go about vetting someone who wants to meet you face to face?
So we did quite a bit around this subject, because the research we looked at when we looked at all the attacks on the MPs this century, one of the common denominators was that those who had been attacked were attacked by a local person, so a local constituent. And there's good reason for that. And that is because unless you are a local constituent, you won't see your local MP. And so, part of that is because they get access to their local MP. So we would, historically, we discussed with them about stopping drop-in centres, as an example, and we would have appointment-only constituencies. That was the advice that we gave. We also gave advice around how they set up the office so that they were not kind of put themselves in a situation where they were trapped in an office or where they didn't have an escape route. But equally around, understanding a bit about who they were actually seeing, why they were seeing them. And I think it's true to say that if you speak to any member of Parliament, they will say that they have regular people that come to their constituencies, or regular people that interact with them who they know are problematic, or not necessarily, they're not problematic people, but they are people that have significant problems. And so it's important that they share that information with the local police so that the police could, where appropriate, make relevant checks and do risk assessments. But it's one of the other things that I heard you earlier on talking about. People go to constituency meetings and surgeries to discuss local issues, and that's very true. But when we look at the attacks that have occurred on members of parliament, generally speaking, what happens is they are attacked based on a grievance that individual has. And very often it's a wider political grievance. And it's not a personal attack on that local MP. They are just seen as the representation of that issue.
Yeah.
And so if we look at Joe Cox, it was obviously the immigration and Brexit issues. And that wasn't a target attack on Joe Cox per se. It was about the issue, and she just happened to be the local MP. She shared some of those views, but...
Yeah, indeed, and of course we know a man's been arrested today, and we can't speculate on whatever the motive may have been. But just on that wider issue, and after that murder of Joe Cox, Philip, things didn't change too much, and MPs still have met face to face with their constituents, and we are where we are today now with the death of Sir David Amess. Would you, if you were called back in now, would you recommend tougher security measures? Would you say it's time now to have a physical barrier between a constituent and an MP, or even to do it on Zoom or Teams or whatever? Because obviously once is too many times, but this has now happened again.
Yes, well, I obviously can't comment on what's happened today and the way in which Sir David's surgery was set up. But I listened to obviously Dominic's interview earlier on, and I agree with Dominic that MPs want to see local constituents face to face. That's a fundamental part of what they do, and I don't imagine we would find any MPs choosing not to do that. We did give quite a bit of advice around this subject, and not all of that advice was followed. Some MPs have got greater security measures than others. Some MPs felt uncomfortable with some of the security measures. But certainly, I think there are things in place that can make MPs safer. I don't know, obviously, the circumstances of what happened today, and that will all be unpicked in due time.
Exactly, yeah.
But certainly, I think the expertise and the advice that the MPs are given, I think it would be really good if they all actually followed that advice.
So just before you go, when talking about the advice that you gave after the murder of Joe Cox, then what level did you want security to rise to, and what did MPs push back on?
Well, we often ask them to have a appointment list, to actually not do drop-ins, as we said, and some MPs complied with that and others didn't. And of course, if you're then doing drop-in centres, you've got no idea who's turning up, and so you're putting yourself at greater risk. The configuration of how they set their offices up, so there was in fact a barrier between them and the local constituent or person they were meeting. Some did that, some didn't do that. I think what we can't get into a situation is where MPs are being meeting constituents in a kind of bank-like scenario where they're doing it through security glass or something, because MPs don't want to do that. Yeah. So we have to come up with a system that it is safe for them to do it, that they can comply with, but actually allows them to have the access they want.
Philip, thanks for your time this afternoon. Philip Grindell from the security firm Diffuse, Feel Safer in Public Life. I mentioned at the start of the interview that he was consulted after the murder of the MP Joe Cox about how to keep MPs safe when meeting members of the public. We are reacting to the news this afternoon, if you've only just joined us, that the Conservative MP, backbencher for nearly 40 years, Sir David Amess, has been killed at a constituency surgery he was holding this lunchtime in Essex at the Belfairs Methodist Church at Leigh-on-Sea. Police were called about 12:05. A man was arrested and has been arrested on suspicion of murder now, but Sir David Amess has died. He was, as I say, a backbencher for nearly 40 years and a father of five who first came to Parliament in 1983 as the MP for Basildon.
We can speak to Sebastian Payne now, the Whitehall editor for the Financial Times. Hi there, Sebastian.
Hi there.
First of all, you met Sir David Amess a few times, didn't you? What's your reaction to the tragic news?
Well, I've just realised I last spoke to Sir David 10 days ago at the Conservative Party conference when he was excitedly promoting his new book that's come out, and we were both the bookstand at the same time, and I've got a book on. He bought a copy of mine, signed it, took a selfie, and then went on his way. And I think that really speaks to the man. He was cheerful, kind, and very devoted to his constituency. That in politics we often focus on the ministers and the big names who are always in the media, but we forget about the hundreds of MPs who diligently just serve their constituencies. And that's exactly what Sir David Amess did for many years. He was a very long-serving Conservative. He first entered Parliament in 1983 and then represented the seat of Southend West since 1997. It's incredibly sad. He will be very sorely missed by MPs, even though he'd served a long time. He was one of those fixtures of the Conservative Party. And I think my main memories of him are always standing up in the chamber to try and promote city status for Southend, which he'd campaigned for many years and would always raise a smile in that. He was also known as a big campaigner for Brexit and for the Brexit campaign after the referendum as well. So he made a real impact on both national politics through that, but also local politics in constantly speaking up for his town and the place that elected him for so many years.
And there's been so many tributes flooding in this afternoon, as you say, Sebastian, a well-liked MP.
Very much so. And I think it's a testament to his character that even though he was a Conservative, that all the tributes coming from across the political spectrum speak to that as well. That I think when we look at how rancorous political debate is on social media and the comments that are often exchanged between people in the heat of the moment, you forget that many MPs do work together across party lines and really do respect each other. And I think David Amess was an example of that particularly with other Essex MPs, which were latter-day Conservative, but also Labour as well. He was a very good collaborator, and the fact that he was holding this surgery in the town of Leigh-on-Sea again speaks to, I think, Sir David's character, that whereas many MPs now choose to do surgeries just in their offices due to security reasons, he wanted to go out into his constituency and speak to as many people as possible when this dreadful, dreadful thing happened.
Inevitably, Sebastian, many questions will be asked following this tragic situation concerning having access to MPs, but balancing that with keeping them safe, having a level of security. Is this something politicians have spoken to you about before?
I think there's not a single MP who isn't very concerned at the level of political debate at the moment. That the fact that things have become much nastier, much testier, and I think a lot of this is what happens online and below comment threads of articles, and of course during those Brexit years as well, the temperature of the whole country raised dramatically. So I think MPs are really worried, and it cannot be a normal country or a normal political system where you have 2 MPs murdered in the past decade and over 10 years having MPs stabbed as well. If you think of Stephen Timmins, who again had a similar incident in his constituency as well. So concerns about political debate, but also MP safety very much are going to be at the top of the agenda in the coming weeks.
You mentioned Stephen Timms there, and also referring to 2016, the tragic murder of Joe Cox in her constituency in West Yorkshire. What changes were made following the murder of Joe Cox when it came to security?
I think all MPs do have more personal security at their homes and their private residences. Of course, when they're in the Palace of Westminster, that is very heavily guarded throughout there. But I know that the police forces in nearly every constituency have spoken to MPs to monitor threats and make precautions. But there's this balance, of course, you have to strike between being accessible to your constituents, being able to do that, and your own personal safety. And many MPs, like Sir David, wanted to be accessible to their constituents. And he's actually wrote in his recent book about this and said that after the tragic killing of Joe Cox, one of the biggest effects it had was making it so much more difficult because of these security threats. And I imagine after this, many of his colleagues will be just as concerned too. And, I go into the Palace of Westminster every day for work, and the threats and abuse you see MPs receiving in person is just not normal. So I think we do seriously need to have a national conversation about what our MPs do and what our politicians do. Many people decry them for being out of touch. Well, Sir David Amess was killed today by being in touch with his constituents.
How much of a difference do you think it does make seeing constituents face to face? Obviously, during COVID, MPs weren't able to have that access, had to do many things virtually. Coming back out of the pandemic, seeing people, having that face-to-face contact, do you think we need to be thinking about things differently, having an increased level of security?
I think that's almost going to be inevitable following this tragic event as well. And of course, we don't know many details about the motive of the person who stabbed Sir David. I think obviously having that constituency link is one of the best things we have in British politics. The fact that MPs do have a very clear link to a place, its people, and the issues that resonate with them. And I think that it would be such a huge shame if we lost that. But clearly, we need to find a way that it can be done in a safe and secure manner.
Sebastian, good to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking the time. Sebastian Payne there, the Whitehall editor for the Financial Times.
You are listening to Drive on 5 Live with Tony Livesey and Michelle Ackley. We're reacting to the news this afternoon that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death at his constituency surgery at Leigh-on-Sea. Around lunchtime today, a man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. He was arrested at the scene. We can now speak to the Tory peer, Lord Pickles. Hello, welcome to the programme. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, terrible day.
It is a terrible day. If I can I preface our chat just with a few tributes that are already coming into Sir David, if I may. Michael Gove has said that it's heartbreakingly sad, terrible news. He was a good and gentle man who showed charity and compassion to all. His every word and act were marked by kindness. And Brendan Cox, the widow of Joe Cox, the MP who was murdered at her constituency surgery, say, my thoughts and love are with David's family. They're all that matter now. This brings everything back, the pain, the loss, but also how much love the public gave us following the loss of Joe. I hope we can do the same for David now. And there are many more, and I'll get to them as the programme goes along. But Lord Pickles or Eric, if you don't mind, as many people will know you as former MP. I know you served in a neighbouring constituency to Sir David as well, Brentwood and Ongar. What are your, first of all, before we talk about wider issues surrounding this attack today, what are your memories of Sir David?
Well, it's kind of decent man. I mean, I came down to Brentwood from Bradford, from the Yorkshire constituency. David was among the first to greet me, wanting to offer advice, wanting to offer help. He was PPS to Michael Portillo. He got Michael Portillo to come down and do a function for me. And, he didn't need to do any of that. He did it because he liked helping people. And I was on the benches with him for in excess of 25 years. And this was a guy who had an intense understanding of place and an intense understanding of what makes the community tick. I mean, he was quite a canny House of Commons operator. He knew what he could get. If you're a minister, and I was Secretary of State for 5 years, if a letter came from David, you'd pay a bit of attention to it, because if you didn't, you'd soon know otherwise. But he would always pitch something that was practical and achievable. And it's an old-fashioned thing to say, but he had a very solid moral compass. He wasn't a trimmer. He wasn't somebody who would float according to the latest fashion. He knew how he felt, and he would express it so.
An extraordinary record of service as well as a backbench for 40 years. And this is at the heart of what's happened today, an MP's relationship with his or her constituents. And we've been discussing about the openness of the nature of that relationship. And how fundamental it is to the role of our elected representatives. Let's put it this way, Eric. I spoke to Dominic Grieve earlier, and he was talking about he was once manhandled at a constituency surgery. Have you ever had concerns at all about holding these public surgeries?
Absolutely, of course. But I mean, Friday afternoons is when you hold them. Friday afternoons, Saturday morning, right across the land, in cold and drafty civic halls, MPs will be meeting people. But I could take you to parts of the world where it would be impossible for a constituent to meet the equivalent of their MP. He would be surrounded by flunkies and by guards. He would have special protection. We don't want that in this country. I mean, if you went to Southend, he had a good chance of bumping into David in a restaurant, in the local shops, on the train getting to Southend. I mean, he was somebody that actually liked the job. And there are some politicians who are in it, to for betterment and to do the grand design. He was in it because he actually liked people. He liked Southend, and he wanted to make that a better place.
Just on that subject of surgeries, it may be a badge of honour that in this country they are wide open and any constituent can apply to go. But we had these conversations after the death of Joe Cox, and now another MP has been killed at such a surgery. Whatever it may do to the appearances of democracy in this country, is it not time to give our MPs more protection when they meet the public?
Well, I will confess, I didn't do an open house. I'd always insist on an address, telephone.
I think we have lost. Yeah,
maybe that kind of thing. But David, a different way of operating. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we just lost you briefly. We lost you briefly. I hope you can hear me now. You were just explaining that you had imposed your own level of security on people who wanted to meet you.
Oh, absolutely, because you got to understand that people come see an MP because they need help, and by and large the other agencies have failed. But you also get a number of people that come there who are obsessives, and you need to have a degree of caution with regard to dealing with them.
Yeah. Were you ever threatened at all, whether physically or by communication of any sort?
Well, of course, everybody is. Every MP is. But I dare say you'll find doctors who are threatened. You'll find nurses who are threatened. You will find others who are threatened. And they've got a very efficient guy from on the Heathrow Express who've given me back.
Do you have to go? I appreciate it if you do.
Yeah.
You have to go, do you? Yeah. Okay. All right. Look, we'll leave it there. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thanks. That's the former Conservative MP, now Lord Pickles, remembering Sir David Amess. So you're listening to Drive on 5 Live. I'll just recap on the news, the terrible news this afternoon. The reason why we're on air early is that the Conservative MP, backbencher for 40 years, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death at a constituency surgery this afternoon at a church in Essex. It was in Leigh-on-Sea. Police arrested a man at the scene on suspicion of murder. A knife was recovered.
Yeah, the political world has been paying tribute to Sir David Amess. Former Prime Minister David Cameron has tweeted, "This is the most devastating, horrific and tragic news. David Amess was a kind and thoroughly decent man, and he was the most committed MP you could ever hope to meet. Words cannot adequately express the horror of what has happened today. Right now, my heart goes out to David's family." The Deputy Prime Minister, Dominic Raab, said, "Heartbroken that we've lost Sir David Amess MP, a great common sense politician and a formidable campaigner with a big heart and tremendous generosity of spirit, including towards those he disagreed with. R.I.P. my friend," Dominic Raab says. Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, says the worst aspect of violence is its inhumanity. It steals joy from the world and can take from us that which we love the most. Today, it took a father, a husband and a respected colleague. All my thoughts and prayers are with Sir David's loved ones. The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, tweeted, "This is tragic and horrible news. My thoughts are with David's wife and children, the wider family, friends and David's community. A truly terrible day for British politics, but most importantly, all of our prayers are with all the people who loved David."
And we've mentioned Michael Gove already. I'll just repeat what Michael Gove had to say. He said, David Amess's passing is heartbreakingly sad. It's terrible news. He was a good and gentle man. He showed charity and compassion to all. His every word and act were marked by kindness. My heart goes out to his family. Jeremy Corbyn says, "My thoughts and concerns are with David Amess's family at such a shocking time. Nobody should be under threat doing their job." And that was quite significant there when you heard from Eric Pickles a moment ago, taking it as a matter of fact that MPs are threatened on a regular basis, something we'll explore further throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live. But the most telling I suspect tribute of all comes from Brendan Cox, the widower of Joe Cox, the Labour MP who was murdered at her constituency in 2016, and his comments bear repeating. He says, "My thoughts and love are with David's family. They are all that matter now." And he goes on to say, "This brings everything back, the pain, the loss, but also how much love the public gave us following the loss of Joe. I hope we can do the same for David now." So we are going to continue to pay tribute to Sir David Amess as the afternoon goes along. We'll look at some of the circumstances surrounding what happened as much as we know. And also we will explore this issue of constituency surgeries. Many voters see it as a right that they ought to be able to sit down face to face. Eric Pickles was saying that they generally happen over the weekend, Fridays and Saturdays, when MPs do return to their constituencies. They're advertised generally in the local newspaper. You can make an appointment for a face-to-face meeting. There's very little security. It would seem, certainly nothing like a metal detector or a search as people enter a building. And arguably, our MPs are at their most vulnerable at that moment when they are meeting the people who voted for them. So we'll talk to more politicians over the next few hours or so. We'll reflect on potential security changes that may come in. We've heard MPs already today say they feel that it's not necessary, and yet we're having the same conversations that we had after the murder of Joe Cox just 5 years ago. So it's a special edition of Drive here on 5 Live. We're with you till 7. Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey will break now for the news, and we will be back very shortly.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 4 o'clock. This is Claire Ronacres. The Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery at Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. The Southend West MP, who was 69, had been chairing meeting constituents when he was attacked and died at the scene, despite the efforts of the emergency services. A 25-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of murder. Essex police say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the attack. Ellis Whitehouse, a reporter with Essex Live, says local people are in shock.
I worked with Sir David. I've been a reporter in Essex for over 5 years now. Some of those years have been spent reporting in Southend, and I've worked with Sir David on different stories, different news reports, and he's always been extremely helpful, very, very forthcoming, and providing comments, providing statements, and helping us out with stories. And it's truly devastating. I'm just very, very sorry that we're having to talk about it now.
The Health Secretary Sajid Javid said Sir David had been a great man, a great friend and a great MP. The Prime Minister's wife, Carrie Johnson, tweeted that it was absolutely devastating news, describing Sir David as hugely kind and good, an enormous animal lover and a true gent. Brendan Cox, whose wife, the Labour MP Joe Cox, was killed in her constituency 5 years ago, tweeted that the murder had brought back the pain and loss of his own experience. A Conservative councillor for Southend-on-Sea, John Lamb, said Sir David was a dedicated MP.
Very shocked and very down, because David was a very hard-working constituency MP. We used to always hold his surgeries at the Ivor Hall, our head office, but he decided he wanted to come around the constituency and hold them in different locations so he could meet the people. We've lost a very good, hard-working constituency MP.
In other news, COVID testing at a lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended amid fears that an estimated 43,000 people were given a false negative PCR test result. The problem tests were conducted between September the 8th and October the 12th. The Unite trade union says HGV drivers are considering going on strike because of government moves to encourage more foreign workers to come to the UK. But the Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has defended the government's plans to relax the rules for foreign lorry drivers as a common-sense measure to help ease supply chain problems in time for Christmas. Here's Ian Watson.
The government's proposing to ease restrictions on the number of collections and deliveries that EU drivers can make while in the UK. Grant Shapps says this would be the equivalent of having several thousand extra drivers on the road. But the Road Haulage Association believes the planned changes are at odds with promises of higher wages and greater opportunities. Its policy director, Rod Mackenzie, argued that it was short-sighted of ministers to make it easier for what he called cheap foreign truckers to undercut British hauliers.
Ian Watson reporting. BBC News, it's 4 minutes.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker, or the BBC Sounds app.
Very slow on the M6 if you're heading northbound. It's because of an accident that happened at 10 o'clock this morning between junctions 16 at Stoke and 17 at Crewe. It's taken a long time to get through there. There's 11 miles of queues and it's causing delays through Sandbach. The M42 northbound, a lane closed and 9 miles of queuing traffic. That's heading between junction 6, that's Birmingham Airport, and junction 7 at Coles Hill. And on the M25 clockwise, 3 lanes are currently closed. It's due to an accident involving 2 lorries and 3 cars. That's at junction 1B at Dartford. It's causing delays back to Romford and back over the QE2 bridge. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to 5 Live. Normally now you'd be hearing the movie show with Simon and Mark. That, as a result of the news, obviously, that's broken this afternoon, that now will be available as a podcast later on, and you'll be able to hear it broadcast tomorrow night at 8 o'clock here on 5 Live if you're expecting to hear the movie programme. But we're here earlier than expected on a Friday, reflecting on the news, the terrible news that the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been killed in his Southend West constituency. The 69-year-old who was MP for Southend West was stabbed as he met constituents at Belfairs Methodist Church.
Essex police said they were called to reports of a stabbing in Leigh-on-Sea just after midday and arrested a man. Police recovered a knife and say they're not looking for anyone else in connection to the incident.
Well, Essex police went on to say in a statement that a 25-year-old man was quickly arrested after officers arrived at the scene on suspicion of murder and a knife was recovered. He's currently in custody and they say we are not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident. Let's speak now to Rob Wilson, former Conservative MP for Reading East and a former government minister. Hello, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon.
Hello.
Hi.
Great to be with you.
Yeah, there's so much to discuss in and around this story, but first of all, Sir David Amess, 40 years as a backbencher, your thoughts about him, his life and his service to the country and the Conservative Party?
Well, I'm still in a bit of shock because I've only just heard the news, and he was a colleague of mine for 12 years, and more than that, he was a friend. And obviously, my thoughts and condolences to David's family and friends. He was one of those MPs that, you looked forward to seeing. There are MPs you can take or leave at Westminster, but he was genuinely one where, you knew when you saw him that you would have some fun. He'd have some great stories about what he'd been up to. He had me laughing uproariously on a number of times about his appearances in front of the Pope on occasions. And so he always made me laugh. He always made me smile. And he had so many interests, whether it was animals, whether it was his city status campaign for Southend, whether it was his visits to see the Pope. And he supported such a vast array of causes. As a backbencher, he absolutely loved the work he did, both within the House at Westminster and in his constituency. And to me, he never, ever seemed jaded or bored, as some backbenchers do as they sort of move on later into their career. He really loved what he did. And he had that enthusiasm and that energy that showed how much he loved his work. And he was an absolutely superb campaigner. As anyone that will remember his campaigning in Basildon back in, I think it was 1992 election when he won.
That was the
seat.
one, yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was the one that was described today as totemic for the Conservative Party.
Absolutely,
that night, yeah.
And everybody in the Conservative family remembers David from that campaign. He was genuinely a lovely, lovely man who was a really true Conservative who, he will have touched so many lives in a positive way, both in his constituency and much wider than that. And everybody will be utterly devastated on hearing this news.
It is terrible news. A father of 5 children as well, and as many people have been saying today in their tributes, that our thoughts do go to his family. We've talked about his backbench work, Rob. 40 years as a backbencher, first for Basildon, then Southend West, and the irony being, of course, as it is for many backbenchers, that relationship with the constituents is at the very core of what he would do on a daily and a weekly basis.
Well, that relationship has been changing, and David published a book, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, just after Joe Cox's death, where he actually talked about security of MPs and the changing nature of the relationship with constituents. And I experienced that myself. I knew Joe Cox very well. She used to lobby me constantly when I was Minister for Charities about causes that were dear to her heart. And she was a lovely, lovely lady as well. But the difference has become, we used to hold weekly surgeries, most MPs, and it started, where you would just have people dropping in. You'd go to places where people naturally were, with the shopping centres, coffee shops, churches, leisure centres. I mean, I even used to do them in McDonald's. Because like most MPs, you want to give a service, you want to give people access, you want to help them with whatever their problems are. And that's exactly what David wanted to do. As you will have seen on his Twitter page, he was at a church today. And all that has had to change. Certainly in my last years in Parliament, I had to change it so that all my staff had panic buttons to push. We could never have surgeries alone. We couldn't have anyone just dropping in. We had to take names and addresses. I always had to have an exit route planned in case of violence or, people pulling knives or whatever it was. So it made it much, much more difficult for MPs to have that easygoing relationship with their constituents.
Can I just ask on that? I've got a lot to ask you about the fundamental relationship with constituents, but just on those security measures, we actually, before you came on air, we spoke to the man who gave that advice after the murder of Joe Cox about MPs having an emergency exit and all that, and vetting and all that kind of thing. Were you relieved to have that advice given to you? Had you ever been threatened? Did you feel vulnerable when meeting members of the public?
Yes, you do. You do feel vulnerable, and there were occasions when I was sitting in circumstances that would have been, if someone had pulled a knife, there was no way I would have got out of those circumstances. So, yes, and there were people who would come in with quite severe mental health difficulties, and you didn't know how they were going to react. And this happened many times, and it was a relief to get some expert advice on what we should be doing and how we should be doing it. But I don't think it's ever reached, well, certainly not in my time, up until 2017. I don't think it ever reached enough that you ever felt totally secure. And as we've seen tragically today, MPs are still not secure going about their normal business. However, many of the actions have been taken on that were recommended. It's still not enough, clearly.
Well, so on that point, you've already said that you knew Stephen Timms, who was stabbed back in 2010. You knew Joe Cox, who was murdered in 2016, and you knew Sir David Amess as well. How many times can this conversation be held about the work of an MP versus their safety? Because Eric Pickles was comparing and contrasting other countries where you can't see your local representative because they're behind a screen of security and all sorts of flunkies, as he called them, that kind of thing. And it's almost a badge of honour for British politicians that, as you said, that you might go for a burger and there they are holding court because they've gone to the constituents. So where does that fine line get drawn now between protecting MPs and still giving access?
I think it's got to take on a police dimension, in that I think that the police need to be informed whenever local MPs are holding the surgeries, where they're holding them, and there needs to be more vetting of constituents coming to see their MPs, so that we're absolutely clear who those people are, that they are constituents, and that they potentially don't have mental health issues or issues that might cause them to pull a knife or even something else. Because the access that is available now is still, I mean, it's very, as you say, way more accessible than other countries and other places. And I just think that we need to make sure that MPs are safe in their work. Not only MPs, it's their staff, because you're never alone at these constituency surgeries. You always have somebody with you, and that other person is actually putting their life on the line as well. And you can't have that. You can't put that on quite often quite young people in their mid to late 20s who, they haven't been elected to anything. They're doing their job. But, they're just as vulnerable as the MP and the staff in the office outside, the people that are meeting and greeting the constituents as well. They're vulnerable. So this needs a lot of detailed thought. A lot of thinking needs to go into this, because we do need to make MPs and their constituency workers in particular much safer than they are.
Rob, do stay with us if you don't mind. I just want to, as we have to throughout the afternoon, just remind people who will be joining us all the time exactly the story that we're referring to, and it's the fatal attack on the Conservative MP Sir David Amess this afternoon at the constituency surgery after a stabbing attack. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder, and a knife has been recovered at the scene. It was a local church in Leigh-on-Sea where the attack took place. The man who's been arrested is aged 25, we're told by Essex Police. I'm now speaking to Rob Wilson, former Conservative MP who knew Sir David Amess well. And Rob, just let's continue that conversation about MP safety. If, for example, suddenly the decision is in the coming months to say, right, all constituency surgeries are to be virtual, what if anything will be lost if that's the case? I understand there'll be arguments about people having access to technology, but if an MP feels afraid, why shouldn't he be able or she be able to say that's how I want to operate?
Well, I think that a lot will be lost if you just go to virtual, because certainly I found the personal contact and the ability to get to know constituents. In a strange way, it's a slimmed down version of a family doctor in a way, because there are people that certainly I helped over many years where you still have a relationship with them and their families. So you don't want to lose that personal element of a relationship in the same way having a family doctor, you don't want to lose that personal element, because knowing your constituents, knowing what's happening to them, knowing about their daily personal lives is great when you're going back to Parliament and you're legislating, because you understand the pressures that people have every single day of their life. So if you start doing that online, that does create a separation. And in our system, that's a bad thing to create that separation, not a good thing. But having said that, if MPs don't feel safe, I think, having online surgeries and things is something that's just going to happen, because we need to make sure, and as I say, it's not just the MP, it's the staff of the MP as well. As you may remember, I think it was a member of Nigel Jones' staff was killed in an attack on him. So we need to remember that the staff are very important in this as well.
Indeed. I just want to break away briefly. There's the latest tribute has arrived from the former Prime Minister John Major. He says this is truly heartbreaking news of a good and decent man who for over 30 years was a dedicated public servant. My heart goes out to his family. That's the latest tribute to Sir David Amess, the Conservative MP who was killed at a constituency surgery this afternoon. Rob Wilson, former Conservative MP, just as we draw to a close, Rob, were you ever frightened? Did you ever go into a meeting frightened? Did you ever receive communications that frightened you as an MP?
I had one death threat, which the police were pretty swiftly onto, and that was in 2016-17. I never was frightened going into a meeting, but I must say that in 2 or 3 meetings, I was very concerned about what might happen next because of the volatility of some of the people that were sat opposite me. So, yes, I think that frightened might be taking it to an extreme, but certainly I was concerned about what might happen next. And I think many MPs will have had that feeling at some point if they've been doing the job for a few years.
And I just wonder if it's something MPs talk about, or whether MPs maybe try to diffuse. Well, obviously they'll diffuse the situation physically in the surgery, but afterwards, would it reflect badly on them if they felt publicity would show that their constituents weren't happy with their work? That kind of thing is. I'm wondering, Rob, the level of unspokenness about threats to MPs.
I don't think MPs, certainly we don't talk to, certainly I never had great conversations with other MPs about, how dangerous it was in constituency surgeries. And, the people that I'd had who were quite volatile that had come in to see me, it wasn't really, you talk about it with your staff, but you wouldn't really talk about it with other MPs. I think it was slightly embarrassing that you had those sorts of situations arise, I guess, and it really wasn't the mainstream of what you were doing at Westminster. So it wasn't really a topic of conversation.
But do you think
maybe
it should be?
Yeah, yes, I do.
There's no shame, is there, in that? And I'm just wondering now if this latest attack might just free MPs to actually say, well, hang on a minute, because every MP I've spoken to on the programme so far, Rob's got a story of being either manhandled or threatened at a constituency surgery.
Yeah, if you've done this job for any length of time, you know that you will have those situations and they will arise. Most of them, 99% of them, can be diffused quite quickly. Some of them, you just have to get out of the room as quickly as you possibly can. And then you will get the very exceptional situations like this and Joe Cox and Stephen Timms, for example, where people get very violent and come in probably determined to.
But the point being, Rob, you at that moment, as you're trying to mentally deal with what's happening in front of you, you don't know whether that person will have a weapon or not.
Well, that's exactly the times when I was most concerned, because, as I say, mental illness has grown exponentially, I think, over the last 20 years. And you could, because when you have your surgeries, you see all types of life in this country and within your constituency. And there's no doubt mental health issues have grown hugely in the last 20 years. And MPs are seeing that on an increasing regular basis within their surgery, and they range from people that have anxiety right the way up to people who have really quite serious mental health conditions, and that is when it gets very concerning for an MP, when the volatility of the person you're sitting opposite is that extreme.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, and obviously we've no idea of the motive of behind today's attack.
No,
but final question, Rob, is something we've touched on earlier as well. Admittedly, that there could be individuals with their own problems, but we have touched on the subject of just politics in general, the language that's used today, the binary issues that have created pretty strong views on either sides of various arguments. Is it the time maybe to start to diffuse the situation, or is that even possible when it comes to national and international politics?
Look, there is politics. Can become quite serious and quite extreme for some people. But the language that politicians use is very, very important. That's why, I was really disappointed by what Angela Rayner said a few weeks ago, because calling people scum is as derogatory as you could possibly get about another person. And it gives a signal to others that those people can be attacked fairly verbally. I'm not suggesting.
No, we can't possibly. We can't at this. We can't.
I'm not
attribute any responsibility for what she said to this. To
and I don't think. And I'm not suggesting there is a connection in any form. But I'm saying that language that politicians use towards each other needs to be very, very careful and, where possible, as polite as possible. But, that doesn't mean that important issues can't be discussed and debated, and, you can have a good level of, interaction and people raising tough and important points at the expense of other people. It's very important that continues, but not using the wrong sort of language.
Rob Wilson, we'll leave it there. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Rob Wilson, former Conservative MP, former government minister, reacting to the news. And if you have just joined us, we are on air early today because we're reacting to the news that the Conservative MP, backbench for 40 years, Sir David Amess, has died after a stabbing attack at his constituency surgery this afternoon at a church in Essex. A man aged 25 has been arrested on suspicion of murder and a knife has been recovered at the scene.
Peter Walker is a reporter with BBC Essex who's in Leigh-on-Sea at the moment. Hi there, Peter.
Hi, and I'm at the police cordon, a large police presence, including armed officers. When we first arrived several hours ago, there was helicopter activity above our heads. An air ambulance was actually flying away from Southend. Behind the cordon in front of me, the Methodist Church where Sir David Amess was holding a surgery for constituents, as of course MPs do every Friday usually, when we're told a man walked in and stabbed him repeatedly. There's been a lot of people, not just media, not just residents, but people who knew him here, local councillors, church leaders, including a couple actually in the last couple of minutes who have laid the first bunch of flowers at the scene.
And tributes have been pouring in for Sir David from across the political spectrum. House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle paid tribute, calling him a lovely man devoted to his family, to Parliament and his Southend West constituency. Clearly this is something that's going to be felt within the community for a long time to come. What is the mood there at the moment?
Sullen, sad, a local resident I spoke to in his 30s was talking to me about having met him at a surgery only a few months ago, having a heated discussion about a local theatre. He said the two of them don't meet politically. However, he was nothing but amenable, understanding, patient. I spoke to a Methodist vicar who said he spoke to Sir David recently about the plight of refugees here. And again, Sir David, he said it wasn't high up on his agenda usually. However, he was keen to help and look after the refugees we have in Southend. The local council recently have taken in a load. There was a member of the local Conservative Party who said Sir David was his best friend, had known him for decades. He was in tears. Another resident who said he helped advocate for her sister and her special educational needs children and brought up exactly her family's plight in Parliament. He's been an MP here for decades, since the early 80s, I think, in Basildon, and then moving over to Southend West. And one thing listeners may not know is among the things he advocated for over the years, he was chair, I think, of an all-party parliamentary group on endometriosis. You may not expect an MP in their senior years to be advocating on not only women's rights, but something that has only emerged as a modern phenomenon in the last 5-10 years.
And Essex Police issued a full statement earlier, Peter. Within it, they were urging people to come forward with any dash cam footage, doorbell footage or CCTV of the incident.
Yeah, they can be so key to unlocking cases, and I know police have been knocking on doors already asking residents exactly that question. Another family, by the way, have just turned up in the last couple of minutes to lay flowers, a woman and 3 children. They've laid a bunch of flowers and they're now walking away, saying a few words to journalists. He's been around for a long time, and I think even those who didn't make eye to eye with Sir David will be feeling this, of course.
We heard from people's tributes earlier that he loved meeting his constituents. He loved people.
Yes, and even at BBC Essex we've tried to hold him to account, as we should, as much as possible, but whether the questions are difficult for him or whether they're the questions he wanted, he's always been nothing but friendly, amenable. I remember I had only been at BBC Essex for a few weeks when I met him in the reception and introduced myself. I wanted to get into political reporting, and he was really good with me and told him that I could always meet up for a cup of tea, so he's been good to us.
Peter, good to talk to you. Thanks so much. Peter Walker there, reporter with BBC Essex, who's currently in Leigh-on-Sea.
Ice Drive on 5 Live with Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey. We are reacting to this terrible news this afternoon that Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery at a church in Leigh-on-Sea. It's about about 12:05 this afternoon. Let's speak now to James Weinberg, Research Associate in Political Psychology and Citizenship Education at the University of Sheffield. James, hi to you. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, Tony.
I know you've written about the safety of MPs, and it's kind of the fundamental and inevitable discussion that now we're having after what's happened this afternoon. But already in speaking to some MPs today, they've talked about their reluctance to increase security at moments like this when they're having constituency surgeries. It's kind of at odds with their role as our elected representatives. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that this is a very dark day for British democracy, and sadly one that now has repeated itself a number of times. Obviously, we had Joe Cox shot at her constituency surgery, Stephen Timms was stabbed, Andrew Pennington died trying to protect Nigel Jones, and now David Amess, and my thoughts and condolences are with his family. I think what we're seeing is that MPs are increasingly working in a low-trust, high-blame environment, whereby members are far more vulnerable to popular cynicism, disinterested and hypercritical media, online remands, and also political violence. Now, the hesitancy of MPs to kind of fill their constituency surgeries with security guards is understandable because of how difficult it already is to build trust with constituents and to show that MPs are, for want of a better word, the same as everyone else, that they're not enjoying certain privileges. But I think we've got to contrast that with this broader change in our political firmament we've seen in recent years, which has led to serious cases of stalking and harassment being quite common experiences for MPs. And my own research and that of colleagues in this area has shown that the psychological effects of working as an MP in this contemporary environment include fear, vulnerability, changes in lifestyle, changes to behaviour. If we just take the British general election of 2017, 56% of parliamentary candidates who stood in that election expressed concern about the abuse and intimidation they've been subjected to.
Yeah.
So, there's a real issue here, and I can understand why MPs are hesitant to jump to the claim of spending more taxpayer money on security. But at the same time, something has to be done. There's no place for political violence, intimidation, harassment in a functioning democracy.
One of the interesting things for me, I've just spoken to Rob Wilson, who's a former MP and government minister, and he was saying that he's had moments in constituency surgery when he was unsure of what was going to happen next, and his first thought was just to get out of the room. So he felt significantly afraid at that moment. But he says it's not something MPs talk about to each other, and almost it reflects on their role as an MP if they have to say, "Oh, I've been threatened," or "This has happened." We're talking about kind of an unspoken reservoir of anger towards MPs. So, is it time now to have this conversation? Because I suspect we did have these conversations after Joe Cox, and then you forget about it, you move on, the doors are open, people are allowed to go into a surgery, and now Sir David Amess has been killed. So how do we fundamentally change this situation without having, let's say, police presences at surgeries?
Of course, yeah. And I think it's worth, as you're kind of saying in that statement there, noting that the culture of politics, and especially our kind of Westminster-style politics, has become more aggressive, more adversarial, more identity-based in recent years, in a way that has exacerbated some of these threats. Now, I think one of the things that we can be doing is looking at, for instance, parliamentary induction procedures. Current parliamentary procedure inductions are very procedural. They focus on the what and the how of being an MP. But I think there's room for a lot more training in the kind of soft skills of dealing with the everyday angst of receiving these kinds of threats, and training in how to deal with difficult conversations in a constituency surgery, how to remain safe when faced with a threatening situation. I think that's something where the burden falls on Parliament and
sorry, James, to interrupt, but we spoke to the former Met officer who was brought in after the Joe Cox murder to give advice on what MPs should do. Rob, a moment ago said he took on board those ideas, but we've also heard that some MPs pushed back and said, "No, I don't want that to happen in my surgery. I want things to go on as normal." So maybe time now will be to formalise some rules. And one of the other issues I want to just explore with you, James, James.
Sure.
And we're going to go to the news and sports shortly, but I just want to continue this conversation. There may be a chance that we might hear from Essex Police, so that's why I'm just a little hesitant at the moment as to what we're doing. But I'm just going to continue our conversation, James, first.
Yeah.
What about the very nature of politics in this country? Because often we talk about the Punch and Judy style and the hectoring that we see at Prime Minister's questions, for example. Now, the MPs themselves involved might enjoy the cut and thrust of that, but not everybody watching may see it for what it is, and the language used and the postures taken may be misinterpreted by members of the public. That's another issue. But how you address that, well, mate, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it is imperative that MPs and politicians at all levels of governance think carefully about the rhetoric they use, because you're right, what goes on inside the chamber can often give a false impression to those outside. In terms of when that translates into incidences of violence, there are certain moments when we can expect this to be worse than others. Recent years have seen such a divisive political debate surrounding Brexit, followed by a period of existential angst during the COVID-19 pandemic. So people are already in a heightened sense of, heightened emotive sense of being. And then you couple this with a divisive identity politics, which encourages people to pick one or another competing understanding of how the world works, to take a certain moral reasoning that makes it often impossible to empathise with or compromise with a different point of view, and you're essentially throwing a match on a tinderbox that results in the kind of atrocities we've seen today. So yes, there's a burden on politicians to think carefully about how they speak, but we've also got to think carefully about how we educate the public on the complex and messy and contingent nature of politics as well, so that people aren't jumping to these black or white conclusions about which politicians are right and wrong, whether a politician can be trusted or not.
No, I just wanted to follow that through. How do you address that? Because even when you look at the language that's used in, let's take Brexit, for example, there were deemed to be winners and there were deemed to be losers. And for some people, life moved on if they weren't on the side that of Brexit, let's say, but there'll be others who can't accept that. And so how do you read it? We're talking about redefining the way the fabric of politics within this country, and how on earth would you even begin to do that?
Well, if you start from the most basic principle of ensuring that ideas of deliberative democracy and political participation are encouraged amongst young people when they're at school through to adulthood, then when people face political failure or they pick the wrong side in a political battle, whether it be an election or a referendum, they know that the way to express their anger, to express their frustration, is through deliberative channels of debate, or putting themselves forward even to stand for elections, or getting involved in their local community politics. But what we have to get people to understand is that violence such as that which happened today achieves nothing in terms of furthering a particular political cause. All it does is damage further the kind of social and political fabric of this country.
James, thank you. Thanks for your time. We'll leave it there. James Weinberg there, Research Associate in Political Psychology at the University of Sheffield. You are listening to Drive on 5 Live with Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey. We're reacting to the news this afternoon that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, who was a backbencher for 40 years, has died after a stabbing attack at his surgery in Essex. Much more reaction to come. I say that there is a chance we'll hear from Essex Police, not confirmed yet, so we'll bring you that if we hear it as well. But we'll have the news and sport headlines now at 4:36.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery at Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. The Southend West MP, who was 69, died at the scene despite the efforts of the emergency services. A 25-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of murder. Essex police say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the attack. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, said Sir David had been a great man, a great friend and a great MP. The Prime Minister's wife, Carrie Johnson, tweeted that it was absolutely devastating news, describing Sir David as hugely kind and good, an enormous animal lover and a true gent. In other news, COVID testing at a lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended amid fears that an estimated 43,000 people were given a false negative PCR test result. The problem tests were conducted between September the 8th and October the 12th. James Gregg is with his sport.
Newcastle manager Steve Bruce has been speaking to the media for the first time since the takeover of the club by a Saudi-backed consortium. It's ahead of what will be his 1,000th game as a Premier League manager, but there's been so much speculation in the run-up to it about his future that the club took the unusual step earlier of confirming that Bruce would be in charge of Sunday's match.
No discussions on me whatsoever. There's certain discussions would need to be private, but it was all about the team, injuries, how are we looking for the weekend, blah, blah, blah. It was very, very informal. And I have to say, they were very, very good people. It's a great thing what's happened in the city. And if it takes this great club forward, then great.
That first game for the new ownership at Newcastle will be against Spurs at home, Sunday at 4:30. Commentary of it here on 5 Live. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer believes that his team ran out of gas at the end of last season. He's determined to not let it happen again. While finishing second, Manchester United did only take 7 points from their last 15 available in the league, but with the additions of Jadon Sancho and, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo, could they fare a little bit better this season?
We've added some exciting players going forward. I think we've scored goals, and it's a nice time to be an attacking player for us as well. And we need to keep that going, keep attacking, keep having the Man United DNA, as well as defending well and come together as a team and make sure we're hard to play against.
Well, United have got a pretty tough run of fixtures, starting with a trip to Leicester tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chelsea have confirmed that Thiago Silva will miss tomorrow's trip to Brentford. He's flying back to the UK from South America after captaining Brazil in their 4-1 win over Uruguay in a World Cup qualifier in Manaus on Friday morning. Thomas Tuchel said before the international break that he didn't expect Silva to be available for the game at the weekend, but that didn't mean he was too chuffed when he was asked about it earlier.
Of course, I'm not happy, but I knew it before. I knew before when he will come back, and we knew before when he will travel, so nothing new. I got used to a lot of stuff in national breaks, and this is how it is nowadays. Are we happy about it? All the coaches with the amount of games our players play for their countries? No, we are not. Does anybody ask us? No.
Similar problems for the Brazilian duo of Alisson Becker and Fabinho, both of Liverpool, of course. They'll travel directly to Spain from international duty to complete their quarantine from COVID. The club are sending them to Madrid, where Liverpool face Atletico Madrid in the Champions League on Tuesday. It finishes their 10 days in isolation. Next season's Formula One schedule will be published later. The Chinese Grand Prix is expected to be dropped from it. The Shanghai race hasn't been held since the coronavirus pandemic began, and restrictions surrounding COVID in China means that holding it is simply impossible at the moment. And in the final of the Indian Premier League cricket, Chennai Super Kings they've got one over left. They're 185 for 2. It's a pretty big total. Commentary of that final, perhaps to whet the appetite ahead of that T20 World Cup that starts on Sunday, is over on 5 Live Sports Extra right now.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker, or the BBC Sounds app.
Earlier this morning on the M6 northbound, there was an accident at junction 16 at Stoke. The motorway was closed up until about 20 minutes ago. Now one lane has reopened, but it's still struggling to get past. 11 miles of queues and delays through Sandbach, so watch out for delays. The M42 stop-start traffic if you're heading for the airport on the northbound side. That's Birmingham Airport at junction 6 and junction 7 at Coles Hill. All lanes have reopened now, but delays are back to junction 4 and the traffic stop-start. Clockwise on the M25, 3 lanes still remain closed. It's due to a serious accident involving 2 lorries and 3 cars. It's clockwise at junction 1B, that's Dartford, so that's causing delays back to Romford at junction 29 and heading back over the QE2 bridge. And on public transport on northern trains, delays are up to an hour heading between Huyton and Wigan North Western. It's because of a broken down train. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Drive. We wouldn't ordinarily be on air at this point on a Friday with a film show with Simon and Mark, but that by the way, that's going to be released as a podcast very shortly, and you can hear that programme at 8 o'clock tomorrow night here on 5 Live. But we're on early because of the terrible news this afternoon that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after a stabbing attack at his constituency surgery at Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. The latest news there is that a man aged 25 has been arrested on suspicion of murder, and a knife was recovered from the scene. We may hear from Essex Police at some point this afternoon. I'm conscious that we've talked a lot about MP safety and what may be done in the future about that, but I feel it's time to talk about Sir David Amess himself. Let's get a picture of what the man was like. Let's speak first of all to Councillor Ian Gilbert, leader of Southend-on-Sea Council. David Amess was MP in Southend, representing Southend West since 1997. Ian, hi to you.
Good afternoon.
Hi. First of all, can we just begin with your reaction to this awful news this afternoon?
Well, it's absolutely shocking, and to be honest, I'm not sure I can quite take it in as of yet. It will be a deep shock to the whole town to lose Sir David in this way.
What was he like as a man and a politician? And I think the two were conflated, because from everything I've heard so far, Ian, when he was doing his job as an MP, he was part and parcel of the town and here, there and everywhere, and people saw him regularly.
Yeah, he was, definitely a hard-working constituency MP who was passionate about the town and its people. He and I were on opposite sides of the political divide, but there were a number of things that we were able to work together on. Most recently, Southend's city status bid, which is something that Sir David was hugely passionate about.
Yeah. What was he like as a man, Ian? Just away from the politics, having a cup of tea. What was he like?
He was, very, very warm, very caring, charming. He was. He didn't take. He didn't take his politics. Well, I won't say he didn't take politics too seriously. That's the wrong way of saying it. But he was certainly, more than prepared to have a joke with people once he got to know them, and just his. He had a very easy manner of, and got to know a huge number of people in the town, and there'll be a lot of people who are feeling, very shocked and very sad this evening.
And just on that, Ian, what was his relationship like with the people of Southend?
Yeah, well, as you say, he's represented this area for a long, long time, and he's been assiduous at getting to know the people in his constituency. I doubt if there's, many people who won't have some recollection of meeting, Sir David. He was somebody who put his heart and soul into representing the area.
Hey, Ian, thank you. Appreciate you coming on. I know it's a hugely difficult day. Thanks very much. That's the leader of Southend-on-Sea Council, Ian Gilbert. Let's speak now to political journalist Tim Montgomery. Tim, hi to you.
Hi, Tony.
Tim, I appreciate lots of people have been asking you to talk today, and I'm very grateful you come on to talk to us. But I said, I don't know if you heard my preamble to speaking to Ian, was that we've spent quite a bit of time this afternoon talking about MP safety and what needs to be done, etc., etc. But I want to just reflect on the man himself, really, and he was your friend, Sir David Amess. So, what are your thoughts at this time?
Well, forgive me, Tony, if I'm a bit emotional. I wasn't going to do any media interviews, but I felt I had to say something about my friend. And I've had my own sort of mental health struggles recently. And it was just a couple of weeks ago, turned out to be the last time I spoke to him. David rang me and said, "How are you?" And you know what British people are like, Tony. We say, "Oh, fine," even when we're not. And he pressed me and he said, "I know you're not well at the moment." And a lot of people have spoken about his kindness in their tributes today, but he was impish as well. He was funny. In the conversation we had, he told me lots of silly jokes, and He was doing his best to lift my spirits. And just towards the end of the conversation, he said, I know you're not in the best place at the moment. He said, but if it ever gets darker, you'll call me, won't you? And I said, of course I will. And he said, I mean it. He said, if you really get in a dark place, you will call me, won't you? And I promised that I would. And of course, he's not going to be there now. But I think there would probably be an awful lot of people who would testify to those sorts of experiences with David Amess. I've known him for 20, 25 years. He used to run the prayer receptions that we had when I was running the Conservative Christian Fellowship in the House of Commons. And at those events, he took an interest in everyone who came. He was a deeply caring man. Look, and he was a especially caring man. I think he was very special. But one thing I would say to your listeners, to you, Tony, is in my experience of most MPs on all sides, Labour, Liberal Democrat, SNP, there are bad apples in every barrel. We all know that. But most MPs are good people. They want the best for the country, for their constituents, for the causes that they came into Parliament to represent. And if there's any tribute we can give to a very fine man who we've lost today, it's to remember that the MPs we sometimes throw mud at, ask tough questions of, they're fellow human beings, and most of them are wanting the same things all of us want. And kindness was one of David Amess's hallmarks, and perhaps as a society we need to show it a bit more ourselves.
Well said, Tim. Often people see the rosette, don't they, before they see the person behind it, and particularly the colour of the rosette. From my perspective, I've interviewed him over the years, but it was just that smile. I mean, from winning Basildon in 1992 onwards, when he just popped up on the telly, and at that point, that was a moment in that election, the most memorable moment. And I've seen him in operation when I've been in the Commons covering Brexit, all kinds of things. He exuded, I would say, kindness, and I don't really know him that well, but a sense of fun. And someone else said earlier on, and I think you've touched on it as well. He could be mischievous. He liked to laugh, and he liked a good anecdote.
He really did. I can't really remember exactly what it was all about now, but I went to Israel with him a few years ago on an MP's visit, and I remember him dressing up as a statue and under this sort of blanket and jumping out on all of us and surprising us. And it was silly, but it was him, really. He had an enormous sense of fun. He believed in, he was a campaigner against abortion. He was a campaigner for animal welfare. There were causes that he believed in that would divide people, that upset people. But fundamentally, he was just a human being, and he loved other people. And I think, his constituents, I hope, would say from Southend, whether you voted for him or not, whether you agreed with him or not, he was there for you. And that is true of most MPs. And, perhaps we need to acknowledge that a bit more.
Yeah, Eric Pickles was saying earlier on, because we were reflecting on the fact he was a backbencher for 40 years, and he said he never became jaded. He had the same level of dedication that when he first became an MP in 1983.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was actually slightly surprised to realise he was 69. He still actually sort of, I was thinking, God, is he really 69? He still had that youthful energy. Lots of MPs, they want to be there to be ministers, or they want to be there for office, and that's a good thing. Wanting to serve your country at a high level is a good thing. But David was always happy just to be that campaigning backbencher. He loved Southend. He loved Basildon. I hope now, he wanted to give Southend a city status. I hope that was always a cause that had a lot of merit to it. And I think, that's another way that hopefully the powers that be will acknowledge the great contribution that he made to parliamentary life will perhaps be sort of fulfilled in in recognising the town he loved to become the city that it deserves to be.
You would hope so, Tim. I appreciate your level of upset today, so I don't want to prolong this, but I just want to ask you one thing. You talked about Sir David's call to you, telephone call, asking how you were and being concerned. Every MP I've spoken to on the programme so far this afternoon has talked about how they have been threatened in their constituency, whether that's physically or verbally or in writing. Did he ever talk to you about that? Did he ever have any concerns about his own safety, about his relationship with people? Was there ever any mention of that?
I remember we talked because Stephen Timms, the Labour MP, was stabbed, I think, was it 10 years ago?
2010, that, yeah.
2010. And I remember briefly talking to him about that. And I remember, I don't want to put words into his mouth that I can't specifically remember, but it was very much of the kind, he was deeply, concerned for Stephen, and, they were fellow Christians in the House of Commons. But I think his instinct was we mustn't ever put barriers between us and our constituents. And, seeing the sign outside the Methodist Church today, come and meet your local MP. I think obviously we have to do everything we can to think about how we can improve the safety of our MPs. But I think he'd hate the idea that because of the tragedy that has engulfed his family and those he loved today, that somehow MPs would withdraw from the public and wouldn't meet them in the way that he met them. We can't keep presidents safe and prime ministers safe if someone is determined enough to do a violent act, and we can't wrap our MPs in cotton wool. But all of us, I think, need to think more about how we create a culture in which they are safer.
Tim, you've spoken really well and you've done him proud. I appreciate you coming on the programme. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. That's the political journalist and friend of Sir David Amess, Tim Montgomery. If you have just joined us and you haven't heard the news, then we're reflecting on the story today that the Conservative MP backbench for 40 years, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery this afternoon at Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. It's 4:54 now.
Let's speak to Shailish Vara, the Conservative MP for North West Cambridgeshire now. Shailish, we're hearing some incredibly emotional tributes today. We just heard from political journalist Tim Montgomery there. It's a difficult day for many who knew Sir David. You knew him well, you worked with him too. How are you taking the news?
Michelle, this is just awful news. It is so tragic. David was just a lovely man, and I was listening to what Tim was saying and what Tony was saying. He was kind, and that smile of his, that smile is what I will always remember. But my thoughts and prayers go out to his family, his loved ones, and those who are close to him at this awful time. He left this morning expecting to return, and he won't be returning. And I think what is really important to reflect is that the tributes are coming from across the political spectrum. And this was a man who served his constituency, who served his country for nearly 40 years, and he was respected on all sides of the political divide. And on a personal level, he was a dear friend. And I will never forget that when I first got elected nearly 17 years ago, he was one of the first MPs to welcome me, to make me feel comfortable, tell me that if ever I needed any help or advice or assistance, not to hesitate to call him. And then when I became a government whip in 2010, I was delighted that he was going to be one of the MPs in my group, and I got to know him very well during that time. And in recent times, his office has just been round the corner to mine in 1 Parliament Street. And we would often meet in the lift as we were going down towards the Commons Chamber for votes or walking back. And what was always extraordinary about David is that there was so much warmth. And I cannot recall him ever saying anything bad about anyone. Disagreements on political issues, yes, but not in a personal way. And there was still so much that he had to do. We talked about it as we were walking back and forth. And for me, I was delighted recently. I mean, of course, during the pandemic, there wasn't much public activity, and he wrote a book. But instead of doing a proper launch, which he couldn't do, he decided to launch the book in various regions, and he would get an MP or two from a particular region to do a Q&A with him, which would then go out on Zoom. And it was an absolute delight and joy for me to question him and have this informal chat about his book not so long ago, and I recall him saying that he's got plans for another book, those are fond memories. And the other thing that has come over and over again in whatever medium you look at is the fact that he was such a committed and dedicated member of Parliament for his constituency. And I remember when we were in opposition and I was Shadow Deputy Leader of the Commons, and one of my tasks would be to wind up the last day of debate, and my opposition government would do likewise. And it's something called an adjournment debate. And any MP can turn up to the debate and raise any issue that they want. And usually MPs will come and they will raise one or two specific issues. But with David, it was a guaranteed must that he would turn up, and he would have a list of things that he would refer to, all to do with his constituency. It would range from attending a lunch for the over 70s that he went to, or mentioning an individual who just turned 100, or some church activity, or some other event that he'd gone to. And it was really something that we all looked forward to, because I remember saying to people, new members of Parliament, they'd say, look, we've got this adjournment debate. What are we supposed to do, and what's it like? And I said, look, just go back to Hansard, which, as you know, is the record of everything that's said in Parliament. And I would say, just check up David Amess's speeches and you'll know what to do in a adjournment debate. And, that sums him up, that, he'd use every opportunity to promote his constituency, his people, his organisations. A massive contribution to Parliament and his country in nearly 40 years. And again, Tim Montgomery mentioned that he was a fun person. And that's exactly it. I remember him, and I can't remember the precise details, but of the occasion he met the Pope. And there was a funny little incident that occurred. And he delighted in saying this. And of course, all of us who were listening eagerly to him also found it extraordinarily funny. A lovely man, and he will be deeply, deeply missed, of course, by his family and his loved ones, but also across the political divide.
Shailish, thank you so much for joining us and sharing some of your memories with Sir David Amess. Thank you.
My pleasure.
That's the Conservative MP for North West Cambridgeshire there, Shailish Farah. Just the latest in a long line of people wanting to pay tribute to the Conservative MP Sir David Amess, who's died after a stabbing attack at his constituency surgery in Essex this afternoon. Much more reaction to come here on Drive with Michelle and Tony. News on the way.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 5 o'clock. This is Claire Ronacres. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed and killed in his constituency. Figures from across the political spectrum have paid tribute to him, praising his decades of public service. And the number of people estimated to have COVID-19 in the UK has reached its highest level since January. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death while meeting the public in his constituency in Essex. The 69-year-old, who'd been an MP for almost 40 years, had been holding a surgery at a church when he was attacked. A 25-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Our correspondent Megan Patterson reports.
Essex police responded to reports of a stabbing at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea just after midday. Sir David Amess, the MP for Southend West, was holding a constituency surgery there. He'd represented the seat since 1983. Detectives say the 69-year-old was treated by emergency services but died at the scene. A knife has been recovered as part of the investigation. The 25-year-old man arrested on suspicion of murder remains in police custody. Detectives say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident, but they have appealed for witnesses to come forward.
Flags around Westminster have been lowered to half-mast as a tribute to Sir David, whose public service has been praised across the political spectrum. The Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab said he was heartbroken by the death. He said Sir David had a tremendous generosity of spirit, including towards those he disagreed with. Kevin Barker's a councillor in Southend and the deputy chairman of the Southend West Conservative Association. He said the whole community was in shock.
Absolutely devastated. David was just such a remarkable MP, remarkable constituency MP, and just a remarkable man. There was no one that he wouldn't talk to, no one that he wouldn't help. He was heavily involved in many charities, and it's just, it's just going to leave a big gap in many people's lives.
The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer called the killing horrific and deeply shocking, while the Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey said it was a terrible day for British politics. The Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, said Sir David had built a reputation for kindness and generosity. He called for a discussion in the coming days about MP security. In other news, health officials have warned that around 43,000 people may have wrongly been given negative COVID-19 PCR test results. The UK Health Security Agency has suspended testing at a privately run laboratory in Wolverhampton while the problems are investigated. The tests were conducted between September the 8th and October the 12th, mostly in southern England. The latest daily coronavirus figures show a further 145 people have died across the UK within 28 days of testing positive. Separate figures from the Office for National Statistics suggest that more than 1 million people have COVID-19, the highest number since the end of January. Infection rates have been rising in England and Wales, with cases falling in Scotland and remaining more steady in Northern Ireland. Our head of statistics, Robert Cuff, reports.
Infections have been bouncing around just below 1 million people since the latter part of the summer and, in the week to the 9th of October, finally tipped over to reach the highest level seen for 9 months. While we're seeing last winter levels of infections, the number of people dying or in hospital with COVID is still well below those of last winter, but the trends are upwards, largely driven at the moment by high rates in teenagers, many of whom are still unvaccinated. About 8% of them tested positive in the latest data. But the ONS said that rates were starting to show signs of rising in older age groups too, albeit from much lower levels, and most worryingly in those over 60.
A leading huntsman has been found guilty of offering members of the hunting community advice on how to hold illegal fox hunts. Westminster Magistrates Court heard that Mark Hankinson gave tips on how legal trail hunting, which involves riders and hounds following a preset route, could be used as a smokescreen for fox hunts. A statue paying tribute to the Windrush generation, who arrived in Britain in the years after the Second World War, is to be designed by the Jamaican artist Basil Watson. The 12-foot-high monument will depict a man, woman and child and is to be placed at London's Waterloo Station. The design was selected from a shortlist by the Independent Windrush Commemoration Committee, chaired by the Liberal Democrat peer, Baroness Fluella Benjamin.
When we were looking at the 4 statues that was designs, there were tears. People cried. Grown men in their 70s broke down and said, finally, my story is being told. And then Basil came out way on top.
In the city, the 100 share index closed up 26 points at 7,234. And the weather, it'll be a largely dry and clear evening, which will become increasingly cloudy as the night progresses. Northern Scotland will see some scattered showers. Overnight temperatures will fall to 8 Celsius in Cardiff and Belfast, 5 in Edinburgh and 10 in London. BBC News, it's 5:05.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker or the BBC Sounds app.
On the M6, if you're heading northbound at junction 16 at Stoke, there was an accident this morning at 10 o'clock. The road was completely closed up until about an hour ago. They reopened a lane. Now all lanes are reopened, but it's taking about an hour to get through there and still causing congestion throughout Sandbach and also Crewe. The M42 northbound stop-start traffic following an earlier accident between junction 6, that's Birmingham Airport, and junction 7 at Coleshill. Queues are still back to junction 4, so that may cause you delays if you're heading towards the airport. The M25 clockwise, a lane closed and severe delays. It's about 12 miles of queues, and that's because of an accident involving 2 lorries and 3 cars. It happened at junction 1B at Dartford. Delays are back to junction 28 at Brentwood, and also causing queues over the QE2 bridge. No major problems on public transport. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being with us. Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey on Drive. If you've just joined us, we're bringing you some deeply shocking and sad news today. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed in his Southend West constituency. He was attacked just after midday in a church in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. He was holding a surgery there. Essex police say they've arrested a 25-year-old man and aren't looking for anyone else in connection with the attack.
Sir David Amess, who was 69, had been a Conservative MP since 1983. He had dedicated much of his career to campaigning to improve animal welfare. The Education Secretary, Nadim Sahawi, says he was a champion for animal welfare, the less fortunate and the people of Southend West.
He was married. He had 5 children. The Conservative commentator Tim Montgomery knew him well.
I felt I had to say something about my friend. And I've had my own sort of mental health struggles recently. And it was just a couple of weeks ago, turned out to be the last time I spoke to him. David rang me and said, "How are you?" And you know what British people are like, Tony. We say, "Oh, fine," even when we're not. And he pressed me and he said, "I know you're not well at the moment." And you know, a lot of people have spoken about his kindness in their tributes today, but he was impish as well. He was funny. In the conversation we had, he told me lots of silly jokes and he was doing his best to lift my spirits. And just towards the end of the conversation, you know, he said, "I know you're not in the best place at the moment." He said, "But if it ever gets darker, you'll call me, won't you?" And I said, "Of course I will." And he said, I mean it. He said, "If you really get in a dark place, you will call me, won't you?" And I promised that I would. And of course, he's not going to be there now.
That was the Conservative commentator Tim Montgomery there. The Labour MP Joe Cox was murdered in 2016. Sebastian Payne, the Whitehall editor for the Financial Times, says politics has become a lot angrier.
I think there's not a single MP who isn't very concerned at the level of political debate at the moment. That the fact that, you know, things have become much nastier, much testier, and I think a lot of this is what happens online and below comment threads of articles, and of course during those Brexit years as well, the temperature of the whole country raised dramatically. So I think MPs are really worried, and it cannot be a normal country or a normal political system where you have 2 MPs murdered in the past decade and over 10 years having MPs stabbed as well. If you think of Stephen Timmins, who again had a similar incident in his constituency as well. So concerns about political debate, but also MP safety very much are going to be at the top of the agenda in the coming weeks.
That was journalist Sebastian Payne. Well, Philip Grindell, the CEO of the security firm Diffuse Feel Safer in Public Life, was brought in after the murder of the MP Joe Cox to advise MPs on how to stay safe.
We discussed with them about stopping drop-in centres, as an example, and we would have appointment-only constituencies. That was the advice that we gave. We also gave advice around how they set up the office so that they were not kind of put themselves in a situation where they were trapped in an office or where they didn't have an escape route. But equally around, you know, understanding a bit about who they were actually seeing, why they were seeing them. And I think it's true to say that if you speak to any member of parliament, you know, they will say that they have regular people that come to their constituencies or regular people that interact with them who they know are problematic or not necessarily, they're not problematic people, but they are people that have significant problems. And so it's important that they share that information with the local police so that the police could, where appropriate, make relevant checks and do risk assessments.
Philip Grindell, the CEO of the security firm at Diffuse Feel Safer in Public, speaking there. But the former MP for Beaconsfield, Dominic Grieve, says MPs can't hide away from public life.
Unless MPs wish to cut themselves off from their public, which is impossible and would be an abdication of our duty for those who are in Parliament, then quite frankly, you have got to expose yourself to a degree of risk. And fortunately, we live in a society where, on the whole, people behave properly towards each other. So to sort of somehow compartmentalise MPs away and say they can't meet the public anymore, well, then we might as well give up on democracy. No, these risks have to be taken. And we have to accept that the risks exist. Of course, one can try to take some prudent measures to try to reduce them. But beyond that, I wouldn't wish to see, had I still been in Parliament, my accessibility to my constituents diminished.
That was Dominic Grieve speaking to Drive a little earlier. I'm conscious that we have addressed plenty of the issues surrounding the safety of MPs, and we'll talk about that much more throughout the programme. But I really do want to get a picture of Sir David Amess as a human being, and this next guest should be able to help us with that. Father Jeff Woolnow is parish priest at St Peter's Catholic Church in Leigh-on-Sea. A mass is going to be held there for Sir David at 6 o'clock tonight. Hello to you. Welcome to the programme.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Can we start then with your thoughts and particularly your appreciation for the life of Sir David?
Do you know what? You'll appreciate the phone hasn't stopped ringing with different news agencies wanting to talk to me, because our church is on the same road, on Eastwood Road North. I'm parish priest of Eastwood Parish in Leigh-on-Sea, St Peter's, as you've just said, and we're just one of quite a few Catholic parishes in the Southend area where Sir David always took time to visit, to ask how we're doing, is there anything he can do for us, and little things like, why don't you come up to the House of Commons, Father, and celebrate Mass in the Crypt Chapel? Would you like to do that? Wow. You know what? It's unbelievable. So many things that he's done for all of us. And in the local area, I don't want to pin it down on the Catholic Church. David was a Catholic. That's why we're going to be offering Mass for his soul this evening. We need to do that quickly. However, he was available for everyone. And it transcends, for me, all of the political divides, because he just had that great gift, that charming gift of being a natural boy from the East End of London who could communicate and talk to people at every single level. And that's a rare gift.
If I can just, well said, and I'll speak to you more in just a second. I just want to break away briefly, because we've had the first statement that we've seen today from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and he says, all our hearts are filled with shock and sadness in reaction to Sir David's death. We'll have more from the Prime Minister shortly. Father Jeff, can I just bring in, alongside you, if you don't mind, Reverend Steve Tinning? I'm sure you know him, a minister at the Lee Road Baptist Church.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
Steve and Jeff, hello. I'm sure you know each other.
Steve, I think Steve tried to call me. Was it you that tried to call me earlier?
Yeah, it was.
And was on the crime scene now. I'm so sorry, dear brother, but we're talking now.
Yeah. So, gents, this is the part of the programme where I just want to really give our listeners a picture of Sir David Amess, the man. Steve, your initial thoughts.
I mean, I'm sure everybody that you've been speaking to has just been expressing deep shock and sorrow, and our heartfelt thoughts and prayers for all of those closest to David. It's little more than that at the moment. I'm just horrified and saddened by the events of today.
What if I could choose one word that everybody from MPs, colleagues, and journalists today, it is the word kind. Jeff, you talked about that offer to celebrate Mass at Westminster.
Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing.
I mean, did you do that actually, just out of interest? Did you take him up on his offer?
Yeah, we did with our Bishop and our Vicar General. The three of us went along and we celebrated Mass in the chapel. I mean, it just shows you how the world has come on, and that that Catholics can celebrate Mass in the House of Commons these days. It's just a beautiful thing, a really lovely thing to do.
And Steve, everything I'm hearing today about him was he was a wonderful constituency MP, whatever part of the political divide you were on. And that's the irony today. Of course, he's died at a constituency surgery, but everybody, Steve Tinning tells me that he was always there for the people of Southend.
Yeah, that's a perfect man. He was at our church just a few weeks ago holding a surgery there. I went to visit him with a family of refugees that he'd been helping at another surgery at another church just a few weeks ago. You described him perfectly. We didn't always see eye to eye politically, but on certain issues we most definitely did. But he was never too busy to take my call. He was he's teased a lot for sort of putting photos of Dog of the Week on his Twitter, and the fact that every sort of event that happened in Southend he'd bring his camera along to. But I used to say to people, I would take an MP who will turn up at everything he's invited to and meet people, whatever side of the political divide they are, with a camera than anybody else. You know what I mean? He was so committed to the people of Southend. And I absolutely share that summary that others have been expressing to you today.
Sorry, Jeff, go on. You wanted to say?
No, I'm listening to Steve and agree with him. Clergy, we're meant not to express any political leanings. I can only take Sir David on that face value that if you're going to serve a community as a priest or a minister does, then you have to do that 100%. You can't just do that as a half-baked thing. And he was there for everybody and did all of those things with it, as I say, with enthusiasm, with kindness, with a smile, and a great sense of humour with it as well, which you need in this world at the moment. It's a shocking day. I'm sorry. I'm running out of words. My tank is empty. It is sad. I feel terrible sadness. I'm glad we can do what we're doing tonight for his soul.
Yeah, the vigil begins at 6 o'clock.
It's a mass, a mass for the repose of his soul.
Yeah. So, Steve, when you think about Sir David, the one thing that struck me as well, he has been a backbencher for 40 years and been in Southend West since 1997. But somebody who knows him well earlier on was saying he never became jaded. This smile he had, I'm just looking up actually, Jeff now had a picture of him on that. So far I've seen him, he's got 2 pugs under his arm now, and last time I saw him on telly he had a Westie. That must be Dog of the Week. Steve, I just wonder, that you can't fake that, can you? That genuine concern for constituents that he appears to have had.
No, you absolutely can't. He was born to do the sort of role that he took on. It's not something that anybody can take on, and his family clearly showed him incredible leniency and support in the dedication that job gives to somebody. But no, like you say, that smile, that warmth. He always, when I got invited to his offices in Westminster, I'd sit down expecting 5 minutes with him, and immediately he'd put the kettle on and sit me in these enormous comfy chairs in his office and show me around all the art in his room. And he was just so devoted to his constituency, and like you say, a backbencher for the vast majority, if not all of that time, chipping away at the government to try to see Southend become a city, which was one of his big passions, and yet, he didn't let ambition get in the way of him serving his constituency the best way he knew how, and that's certainly how he'll be remembered locally.
I know it's difficult on a day like today to ask you both to come on the radio, but you're doing really well. And I just wonder if both of you, or I'd start with you, Jeff, and could just give us an idea of how the people of Southend are reacting to this today from any conversations that you may have had.
Well, I think it's an evening of reflection, of realising how tremendously lucky we've been to have such a caring MP for Southend West, and for such a great character who we can't replace him. Whoever succeeds him cannot be him. He's individual, and because of that, tonight the mass we're having here at 6 o'clock, we need silence to remember that, because there's a lot of noising in our heads because of what's gone on earlier on, a lot of clutter that we need to put aside, and just thank God this evening for giving us the gift of David Amess.
Jeff, have you written your eulogy for tonight? Are you?
No, I don't. I never write.
So you're just going to speak from the heart, yeah?
I'm reasonably well versed in scripture. Whatever comes my way, I shall just let people know. But it's not about me speaking about that. It's giving people the opportunity to come here and pray and be silent. That's the main thing we want to do tonight.
So that's at 6 o'clock tonight at St. Peter's Catholic Church.
St. Peter's, Eastwood Parish on Eastwood Road North, yeah.
Yeah, and Reverend Steve Tinning, a final thought from you, perhaps your go-to memory of Sir David Amess?
Yeah, I mean, well, similarly, locally, people are asking where they can go. The reason I phoned Jeff earlier is because we were toying with opening the church up for vigil, but we didn't want to do anything in competition, and knowing that was there, we wanted to just point people towards that mass and that vigil, so that's what we've done. My lasting memory of David was just this accessibility of David. I know just a couple of months ago, the government were voting on whether to cut foreign aid, and the
the vote had come at a very sort of last-minute moment, and I'd sent David a text message to say, please, you need to vote against this. And I don't say this to share political views, but just to sort of give you a reflection of the man he was. Didn't hesitate in texting back. That's how accessible he was to assure me that he was voting against that. And like I said, there were other things that we didn't see eye to eye on in politics, but he was always deeply respectful and willing to give me his time and engage in deep and meaningful conversation and debate about it. So he will absolutely be terribly missed, and it's just going to be several days and weeks and months of reflection for us as a town now to think about where we go from here.
Gentlemen, it's difficult for you, but you've done him proud tonight. Thank you for coming on the programme.
Oh, God love you all. God bless.
Thank you.
May he rest in peace. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Father Jeff Woolnough there, parish priest at St Peter's Catholic Church in Southend. And you heard also Reverend Steve Tinning, who's a minister at the Lee Road Baptist Church. Both men knew Sir David Amess, who was a Catholic. Both men knew him, as you heard, very well. It is 22 minutes past 5.
In the last half hour, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson has given his reaction to the news of Sir David Amess's death.
I think all our hearts are full of shock and sadness today to the loss of Sir David Amess MP, who was killed in his constituency surgery in a church after almost 40 years of continuous service to the people of Essex and the whole of the United Kingdom. And the reason I think people are so shocked and saddened is, above all, he was one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics. And he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable, whether the people who are suffering from endometriosis, passing laws to end cruelty to animals, or doing a huge amount to reduce the fuel poverty suffered by people up and down the country. David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague. And our thoughts are very much today with his wife, his children and his family.
And what was the sense of shock when you and your cabinet colleagues heard about this? This is not news, of course, that anyone would be expecting to hear on Friday at a constituency surgery, and somebody who, of course, has been, as you say, a Conservative MP for a very long time, nearly 40 years. What was the reaction of you and your colleagues when that news filtered through?
I think everybody was deeply shocked and heart-stricken. And our thoughts, as I say, are very much with his family, with his wife, with his children. And for the rest, I mean, we must really leave the police to get on with their investigation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Also, the Speaker of the House of Commons has said today, of course, he's shocked, saddened and distressed too, but he says this also raises the issue of MPs' safety. Now, we've had two MPs from the two main parties of Westminster killed in the space of 5 years. This is a problem, isn't it? An urgent problem that needs to be debated to protect our democracy.
I think what we need to do now is let the police get on with their investigation, and I'm sure that all those issues will be considered in the proper time. But I think this is a moment for us to think of Sir David, his wife, his family, and our thoughts are very much with them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we are. That was our political correspondent Ian Watson speaking to the Prime Minister Boris Johnson just a few moments ago, talking, as well as the tributes there, this issue of MPs' safety. In the last few moments, the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, has said that questions are rightly being asked about the safety of MPs following today's incident, and she will provide updates in due course. She says just a couple, I haven't asked for text today actually, but people are messaging the programme, and just a couple of ones of interest from people who have met Sir David Amess. This one's from Simon Phillips, who was a trainee journalist at the time at the BBC, and he says, we were always making dummy radio and TV programmes. I was constantly asking MPs if they'd take part. Nearly all of them were too busy and didn't have the time. But David gave us a full 30-minute interview, so generous with his time. I think he managed to get Basildon into every answer. He was the MP there at the time. I did bump into him years later at a conference, and he asked me how my career was going. He was fun, friendly and self-deprecating, a very special man. And another one here from Gary Coker, who says, I helped Sir David when he was trying to get elected to the council at Newham in East London, a very nice gentleman who ensured we were well looked after, RIP. So if you do have a particular memory of Sir David Amess, then you can let us know. Please, 85058 at BBC 5 Live. It's Drive with Michelle and Tony. It's 5:26 now.
We can speak to David Bowles now. David is Head of Public Affairs at the RSPCA. Hi there, David.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We just heard from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, there talking about Sir David, and he referred to the determination and dedication of Sir David passing laws to end cruelty to animals. You worked very closely with him, didn't you, on campaigning to improve animal welfare?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to know Sir David over a 30-year period. His footprint has been very clearly left for animal welfare. Not only was he on the board of the all-party group for animal welfare, he was also the patron of one of our branches, RSPCA South Essex, and animals were really dear to his heart, even from the day he came in 1983. Indeed, one of his proudest moments was passing a private member's bill, which is very difficult to do, but he did it in 1988, and he did it on the cruel tethering of horses, and he did it because he wanted to improve the welfare of those horses that were tethered by the roadside or fly grazed, and he was very, very proud of that. I remember speaking to him, and he was extremely proud of that piece of legislation.
How would you describe his character, David? We've heard kind, generous, extremely passionate, but I would imagine also very brave and as we've mentioned, extremely determined when it comes to animal welfare and pushing bills forward.
Yeah, he was extremely brave, and I'll give you one example. So when he came into Parliament in 1983, being an anti-fox hunting Conservative MP was very, very rare. In fact, he was one of only 6 members of Parliament in those days. But his opinions and his ethics and his passion saw him through, and he was determined to stand up against fox hunting, and obviously that then led to the Fox Hunting Act in 2005. But I'm sure that during those times that he was in Parliament, the 22 years between him coming in and the passing of the Hunting Act, he got a lot of stick from his fellow MPs, but he was determined. His ethics were far more important, his principles were far more important, and he was also, as many of your guests have said, he was also very open. He had time for everybody. I never saw him turn a person down who wanted to meet with him or talk to him, and I was with him at the Conservative Party conference only 2 weeks ago, and he was still battling for animals there, trying to make sure we didn't import products from lower standards under the Australian deal, or trying to get he's got a new private member's bill in Parliament at the moment, which would be to ban sow stalls, and that was a measure of the man. Even during his whole 38 years, he never wavered on animal welfare.
And his legacy, with all these things that you're talking about, will continue, won't it?
Yeah, and I think one of the saddest things from his tragic death today is the fact that he won't see some of those things happen. I mean, he is now a member of a government, a Conservative government, that has got, at the moment, 6 different legislative slots in Parliament to try and improve animal welfare. And I'm sure he would have been delighted to have seen successes in the future, like getting rid of cages for laying hens, getting rid of sow stalls for pigs, getting the Sentience Committee up and running. All of those things he would have been delighted to see, and it's just sad. But I think that was the measure of the man. That would probably be his legacy going forward, to see all those things happen.
Absolutely, David. Good to speak to you. Thanks for taking the time to join us. David Bowles there, Head of Public Affairs at the RSPCA.
It's Drive on 5 Live with Michelle and Tony. Another tribute from a listener here. And I said I hadn't asked for text, but if you've got a story about Sir David Amess, we'd love to hear from it. Lucas in Benfleet says he was the most authentic of individuals. He had a brilliant sense of humour, which was often on display when he was asked to interact with the cast as the guest of honour at local Christmas concerts. There'll be so many tears shed over this senseless act, and many of them will be mine. Goodbye and thank you to a brilliant man, says Lucas in Benfleet. Much more to come. I say at some point we are expecting to hear from Essex Police. We'll bring you that live if and when it happens. Right now, though, let's get the news headlines. It's 5:30.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And flags around Westminster have been lowered to half-mast as a tribute to the Conservative MP Sir David Amess, who's been stabbed to death while meeting the public in his Essex constituency. The 69-year-old, who had been an MP for almost 40 years, had been holding a surgery at a church when he was attacked. A 25-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Brendan Cox, whose wife, the Labour MP Joe Cox, was killed in her constituency 5 years ago, tweeted that the murder had brought back the pain and loss of his own experience. And the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, said questions are rightly being asked now about the safety of MPs following the killing, and she will provide updates in due course. And elsewhere today, another newsline, the Unite trade union says HGV drivers are considering going on strike because of government moves to encourage more foreign workers to come to the UK. But the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, has defended the government's plans to relax rules for foreign lorry drivers as a common-sense measure to help ease supply chain problems in time for Christmas. So that's the news for now. Let's get the sport. Here's James Gregg.
Thanks, Tony. Time to shine for Steve Bruce, despite speculation that he would have been sacked after the £300 million Saudi-led takeover of Newcastle. The Toon boss will take charge of his 1,000th game as a manager on Sunday against Tottenham.
The ability of having the experience that I've had over the last 20 odd years or whatever it is to just get about, do your job, do as best you possibly can until you hear different. And after a brief 10-minute conversation with the new owners, they just said, carry on until I hear otherwise. And that's what I've done.
Yeah, just a 10-minute conversation with the new ownership. We've commentary of that game here on 5 Live. It's 4:30 kick-off on Sunday from St James's Park against Spurs. Full Premier League weekend then, of course, here after the return of the international break. So we've heard from all the managers in their pre-match press conference duties today. Manchester United boss Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did express his keenness to keep Jesse Lingard beyond the end of his current contract. He's out of contract in June. He's only started once this season, and that was in the Carabao Cup. That's despite scoring twice as a substitute in the Premier League victories over Newcastle and also West Ham. Of course, he had a productive loan spell with West Ham last season. He has rejected contract negotiations at Old Trafford so far.
He knows what we want. We want to prolong his contract. We see him as an important player for us. Then it's obviously up to him to get more playing time. Maybe up to me, giving him more playing time because he deserves to. We really rate him and we value him in and around the club. He's a top player and a top person.
Another star for England and a Manchester club is City's Raheem Sterling. Pep Guardiola has said that he can't guarantee him more game time. Sterling did say that he would be open to moving abroad after starting just one Premier League match this season. Guardiola told his pre-match press conference he hoped the England star would remain an important part of his squad.
Raheem is our player, has been, is, and hopefully will be an incredibly important player for us. What I want from Raheem and for everyone is be happy. They have to be delighted to be in this club. If this is not the case, they are free to take the decision for the best for him, for the players, for their families, for all the people who love them.
Also, just in this hour, that's following a proposal from 14 of the 16 clubs that remain in this season's Carabao Cup. The EFL has said that clubs will be permitted to make 5 substitutions from the 9 that they nominate for the remainder of this year's competition. Elsewhere, the recent success in British tennis can see more and more people flooding the courts up and down the country. That's according to the Lawn Tennis Association's men's national coach, Martin Weston. Cameron Norrie has followed Emma Raducanu's US Open win by reaching his first Masters Series semi-final. He's going to become the British #1 when the rankings update on Monday. He's got Bulgarian Grigor Dimitrov standing in his way if he wants to reach the final at the Indian Wells, one of the biggest events on the tennis calendar. Over on 5 Live Sports Extra right now, if you want to whet that appetite for the T20 World Cup next week, you can hear ball-by-ball commentary of Calcutta Knight Riders chasing down the target that was set by Chennai Super Kings, 193 to win, and they are currently 56 without loss into the 7th over at the moment. And just a quick golf line at Andalusia Masters in Valderrama in Spain. England's Matt Fitzpatrick is leading the way on 4 under par. He's alongside Frenchman Roman Lagasque, who's in the clubhouse. Laurie Cantor is a shot behind him on 3 under par, and that's approaching the end of round 2.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker, or the BBC Sounds app.
The M6 northbound, heading between junction 16 at Stoke and junction 17 at Sandbach, all reopened at junction 5 following an accident, but it's still looking very slow at the moment, and congestion's heading back to junction 15 and queues around the A41 in Whitchurch as a result. The M42, 2 lanes currently closed there. That's due to an accident involving 2 vans and 2 cars. It's southbound between junction 3 Redditch and junction 2. That's Hotwood Park services. Delays are back to junction 4. If you're heading clockwise on the M25, severe delays. Again, the lanes have reopened clockwise between junction 1B at Dartford, but the delays are still back to junction 28 at Brentwood and also over the QE2 bridge. It's taken a while to get back to normal. And on public transport, delays on trains leaving Ipswich. It's all due to a signalling problem. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being with us. We are continuing to bring you reaction then to the shocking and sad news this afternoon that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed in his constituency surgery this afternoon. A 25-year-old man has been arrested and is arrested on suspicion of murder. We've had some lovely tributes on the programme from people who know him. We've also had many political tributes as well.
Yeah, we have indeed. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair has paid tribute to Sir David, saying, "David and I came into Parliament together in 1983. Though on opposite political sides, I always found him a courteous, decent and thoroughly likeable colleague who was respected across the House. This is a terrible and sad day for our democracy. I'm shocked and horrified by David Amess's murder, and my deepest sympathy and condolences are with his wife Julia and all his family."
Yes, the Home Secretary Priti Patel, for her part, has said, "I'm devastated that we've lost Sir David Amess. He was not only a fellow Essex MP, but a kind and loyal friend. He served the people of Southend with endless passion, energy and integrity. That he was killed while going about his constituency duties is heartbreaking beyond words. It represents a senseless attack on democracy itself. Questions are rightly being asked about the safety of our country's elected representatives, and I will provide updates in due course. My heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with David's family and friends."
Conservative MP for Chatham and Aylesford, Tracy Crouch, tweeted, "Heartbroken. I could write reams on how Sir David was one of the kindest and most compassionate, well-liked colleagues in Parliament, but I can't. I feel sick. I'm lost. Rest in peace. A little light went out in Parliament today. We will miss you."
Yeah, the Conservative MP David Davis, he says, "Our thoughts and prayers are with the family, friends and staff of Sir David Amess. He was a thoroughly kind and decent man who, above all else, cared strongly for his constituents and worked hard for them over his distinguished career. We have all lost a good friend."
And the Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab said, "Heartbroken that we've lost Sir David Amess MP, a great common sense politician and a formidable campaigner with a big heart and tremendous generosity of spirit, including towards those he disagreed with. RIP, my friend." We're continuing to bring you reaction to the shocking and sad news that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed in his Southend West constituency. Our reporter, Lee Milner, is in Leigh-on-Sea. Hi there.
Hi there.
Hi there. I mean, over the past couple of hours, Lee, we've really got a sense of the kind of man that Sir David Amess was, a man that will be deeply missed by many. I mean, as you just heard there, the tributes have been pouring in, but a man that will be especially missed by the community he served. What is the scene like there today?
You know what? I've spent the afternoon in Leigh-on-Sea, and there's only one word to describe what residents are feeling, and that is shock. It's been a word that's been used by many residents I've been speaking to today. It's just so out of the blue. Residents have been telling me how, it's just a normal day, people getting on with their lives, doing everyday things. It's a very small seaside town, very peaceful, very quiet, very residential. And it was just another day that Sir David Amess came to visit residents, and apparently he did that quite a lot. He was a man who took a lot of time to meet his constituents, And he was actually at the local church meeting those constituents, having a chat with them about their local concerns. And I think that's exactly why it's been such a huge shock to this community. It happened in broad daylight, just after 12 o'clock. I was speaking to one resident who came out, and he was actually in tears. He said he'd met David Amess, a couple of times. He said, he was a man of the community. He got involved like a proper MP, in his words. And there's been so much emotion here today.
Lee, for those of our listeners who might just be joining us now, can you just bring us up to date with the latest of what we know?
Of course. So police were called to reports of a stabbing on Eastwood North Road in Leigh-on-Sea, which is a very peaceful seaside town right next door to Southend. And it happened, as I said before, just after 12 o'clock. When I arrived on the scene, an air ambulance arrived after there were reports that the 69-year-old had in fact been stabbed several times. And how it happened? Well, he was coming to the local church, Belfair's Methodist Church, and he was speaking to his constituents. And residents have told me that's why it's so shocking today. Now, what we've been told by Essex Police within the past hour or so is that they have arrested a man on suspicion of murder. They're not looking for anyone else in connection to the incident, and the man remains in custody.
We heard earlier that local residents had started laying flowers at the scene. What are you seeing at the moment? Hello, Lee. I think we might have lost Lee.
It sounds like it, doesn't it? Yeah, we have. So, look, we'll move on. We're still waiting, by the way. There's word that there might be a press conference from Essex Police, so we'll keep you across that if that happens. Let's speak now to Anne Widdicombe, former Conservative MP who knew Sir David well. Hi, welcome to the programme.
Thank you.
Has the shock lessened at all for you? I mean, what's your reaction today?
The shock is very deep. I mean, it defies belief. I knew David very well, both as a friend and as a colleague. He was so full of life and enthusiasm, devoted to his constituency, loved Parliament. It's very difficult to believe that I'm not going to see him again in this life. He was just such a massive presence.
So many people have come on this show today, Anne, and said what a genuinely lovable human being he was. I mean, just as an observer, whenever I saw him on TV, it was that smile, and by all accounts, everything about him was 100% genuine.
Yes, that is absolutely true. He used to say it as he found it, sometimes perhaps a little too robustly, but he was full of humour. And full of practical jokes, for that matter, always making a quip that would lighten the atmosphere if people were getting very het up about something. He was a tremendous man. He had a deep Catholic faith, a large family, and my thoughts and prayers are very much with them.
We've heard today from many people about a famous anecdote he used to tell about the Pope. We might get to that anecdote before the end of the programme, because that's what he from by all accounts, and when he was in company, he wanted to make people smile. He saw the serious side of politics, but he was prepared to be self-deprecating too.
Oh, always. And he was just so interested in people. There was no such thing, for example, as a waiter who came up and just took David's order at a table. No. David would want to know where he'd come from, how long he'd been doing it, if the restaurant was a nice one to work for. And he would do all of that, and sometimes this would go on for about 10 minutes. And that was David. He was so interested in people.
And Boris Johnson's referred to this, just his extraordinary service to as Boris Johnson said, almost 40 years of continuous service to the people of Essex and the whole of the United Kingdom. And again, somebody I was speaking to earlier just said, look, he didn't become, I think it was Eric Pickles, didn't become jaded like other backbench MPs have done over the years. He was as eager now as he was in 1983 when first elected.
And that is the sad thing about all of this. He was full of enthusiasm. I only was speaking to him about a fortnight ago when we had a meal together, and he was full of enthusiasm, and he wasn't jaded. And a lot of constituency MPs look upon their surgeries with something of a yawn, not because they don't want to do it, but because they've seen it all before. To David, everything was so new, as if he'd never seen it before. It wouldn't matter if it was the 30th such case he'd had that week. It was still to him all fresh and new. That's why this is so terrible, because I can imagine him going into that surgery this morning all full of his usual enthusiasm, stack of stuff to do for the rest of the day, which he always had. And now this, and it is just so devastating.
It is, and that is the tragic irony from today, isn't it? That he died at a surgery meeting the people that he'd served for so long. Just on that, I have spoken to quite a few MPs throughout the programme about the wider issues that this story brings to us. Have you ever been threatened? And because every MP I've spoken to so far said it's part of the job. We were threatened. I think Dominic Grieve, we're going to hear from him again in a moment. He said that he was once manhandled in a surgery, and that the threats are just part and parcel of being an MP. Is that your experience?
Yes, I think it is very much part and parcel. And let me just say this in conclusion. I would hate to think that in David's name, this incident led to MPs becoming more remote from their constituents. David hated Zoom. He hated online. He always wanted first person contact with his constituents. And MPs should be able to mingle with, to meet, to represent their constituents without personal protection, without screens, without online nonsense. They should be able to do all of that. And David would not want it to be otherwise.
No, and I take that on board. But just as a supplementary before you go,
I must go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very quickly.
Sorry.
Okay.
Are
you going now? Are you? Yeah, you go. You go,
yeah.
Anne. Honestly, I don't want to delay you if you've got something on. You go. Thank you. That's Anne Widdicombe, the former Conservative MP there. What I was going to ask her was that her opinions there about the constituency surgeries reflect what we were talking about earlier on about how MPs, it's kind of a badge of honour for democracy in this country that MPs are readily accessible for their constituents. But does this change anything was what I was going to finally ask her, but I'm sure I'll have opportunity to do that of other guests before the end of the programme. Well, I mentioned Dominic Grieve a moment ago. I spoke to him a little earlier. He's the MP for Beaconsfield, and we spoke just after the news of Sir David Amess's death was announced.
He was a colleague, somebody I knew over my long period in the House of Commons, and it's devastating news. As for the background to this, it's very difficult. MPs have to be accessible to their constituents, and I think many of us know that as a consequence, there have been occasions when there has been some risk to us, but mercifully in this country, the occurrence of somebody actually murderous attack on an MP is relatively low, but it has happened with some. It's still been happening. It happened to an MP in Cheltenham. It happened to Stephen Timms and obviously to Joe Cox. And others have also been assaulted. It's a sad reflection on some of the anger in our society. I have no idea what the motivation for this dreadful crime was. But all that I can say is I'm devastated to hear this news.
I would like in a moment, if we can, to talk about constituency surgeries and the role they play and how we may protect MPs. But just to reflect a little bit more on your colleague Sir David Amess. His election, I mentioned already, Dominic, his election in 1983 in Basildon was a pivotal moment on that election night, and he got a lot of attention,
yes.
Didn't he?
Yeah, no, it was a pivotal moment, and David was always an MP who I'm sure represented his constituents very well, but he represented a strand of conservatism that was very important, and he was somebody who was very much rooted in the background of his constituency as well.
On that, when you mention constituencies, then can we just talk in general about the role of MPs? Because I know that MPs absolutely value meeting constituents face to face. But is there a level of vulnerability baked into that situation? Though, is it time to reconsider these face to face meetings?
Yes, there is an element of vulnerability baked into it, but I don't think there's anything that we can reconsider. After Joe Cox was murdered, the police gave some security advice. I think probably most MPs tightened up a little bit their security. I think most MPs probably require people to make bookings before they come in and see them. And most MPs, I certainly did, had some staff who were sitting in the outer office who could help and assist, and there were telephone numbers to get in touch with the police if anybody had any anxiety. But we don't have machines to check people as to whether they're carrying knives when they come in. And I don't think anybody would think that that was an acceptable or appropriate thing to do. And at the end of the day, if somebody makes an appointment, and although an inquiry is made, certainly when I was an MP, as to what they wanted to come and see me about, you don't know who you're going to get. And some people may be very volatile and very difficult. And certainly on one occasion, I was physically assaulted in my surgery, but it was a very minor matter, and fortunately not with a murderous weapon.
No. What happened on that occasion?
Well, it's a very angry constituent came in to complain about a planning matter, over which, in fact, I had no control. I explained to them what the law was. They were in breach of the law, and they were going to have to, there was enforcement notices against them, and they were going to have to comply with them. The person got very angry and lashed out at me. But as I say, these things do happen, and most MPs, I suspect, do their best to diffuse people who come in who are clearly angry. But that's far away from a murderous assault with a knife.
Ian Duncan Smith has paid, was wishing actually David Amess well, because he tweeted before the news emerged of what subsequently happened. But he did say this angry, violent behaviour cannot be tolerated in politics or any other walk of life. What I don't want to do, and you'll know about this better than me, I don't want to speculate on any motives whatsoever, but just the general tone of politics today, do you think that anger has been ratcheted up over the past few years?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. I think that we are still living in, I think we're living in a more deeply divided country than we were when I started out in politics in the 1990s. Of course, there are always political divisions, but some of them have become very bitter. And as a consequence, it just percolates down. And I think people's language matters. And people have expressed themselves in angry terms. Calling other people traitors should really have no place in politics. But we've had it, whereas we certainly didn't have it 20 years ago. And denigrating people who may have a view just different from yours. You may disagree profoundly with that view, but it's not a reason to denigrate them. And so I'm afraid I think that does percolate down, and it then reaches people who may be mentally unstable, who may be obsessional, and I think it creates a climate where it's more likely, as a consequence, that people like that will tip over the edge and do something violent. And I think it's something that we all need to watch.
Do you, and I appreciate as well now, as is the situation with breaking news, it's very early to start talking about this, but is it time for a review of how MPs deal with constituents, how they are protected on a daily basis?
We can certainly do it, but I have to say to you, I don't think, unless MPs wish to cut themselves off from their public, which is impossible, and would be an abdication of our duty for those who are in Parliament, then quite frankly, you have got to expose yourself to a degree of risk. And fortunately, we live in a society where, on the whole, people behave properly towards each other. So to sort of somehow compartmentalise MPs away and say they can't meet the public anymore, well, then we might as well give up on democracy. No, these risks have to be taken. And we have to accept that the risks exist. Of course, one can try to take some prudent measures to try to reduce them. But beyond that, I wouldn't wish to see... had I still been in Parliament, my accessibility to my constituents diminished.
If I could just keep your company for the next few moments, Dominic Grieve, I just want to remind people again why we're here and now why we're on air early. Sadly, the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been killed at a constituency surgery this afternoon, 12:05. He was attacked by a man with a knife, and in the last few moments, police have announced that his death has occurred. I'm speaking to Dominic Grieve, a former Conservative MP and former colleague of David Amess. And I guess now's the time, Dominic, to just talk about your memories of David and his impact on the Conservative Party.
Well, he was a highly opinionated, staunch. He belonged to a particular strand of conservatism, probably not entirely my own, but until Brexit became rather divisive, I think, somebody who I've always had respect for him, even though he was divided over Brexit. But he epitomised a strand of conservatism, and he definitely in that reflected the views of his constituents. And he was, by all accounts, we all knew it at the time, a good Conservative constituency MP, and did that. And he was a valuable member, a colleague in the House, somebody with whom it was pleasant to talk, pleasant to hear his views, as part of that process by which in politics you exchange ideas all the time.
That's the Conservative MP, or the former MP, I should say, for Beaconsfield, Dominic Grieve, reacting to the news of Sir David Amess's death and in discussing some interesting issues surrounding MPs, their protection and constituency surgeries going forward, something we'll touch on in the next hour of the programme. It's 5 to 6 now on Drive.
Yeah, we've been getting many reactions this evening. The Labour MP, Kim Leadbeater, whose sister Joe Cox MP was murdered in 2016, says MPs feel scared by the attack. She's been giving her reaction to the news.
Totally shocked by what's happened, to think that something so horrific could happen again to another MP, to another family, and scared and frightened, and a real rollercoaster of emotions, to be honest. My phone started going straight away. My mum and dad, my partner, my friends, are you okay? And I was okay. I was visiting a school, actually. But the shock and the feelings for us as a family, obviously, as to what we went through, and that another family is having to go through that again, it's horrific. And that it is hard to put into words how that feels for me, but the main people I'm thinking about are David's family and his friends, and actually the community that he represents and has represented for such a long time. And I think that's the thing that people need to understand. This is about a lot of people whose lives will have been changed forever today. And, I know people still come up to me and talk to me about where they were when Joe was killed, and their lives have just been changed. And it's so hard because we've got a job to do, and I find myself now, working as a politician and trying to help people and trying to do good things for people, and it's really important that we get good people in public life. But this is the risk that we're all taking, and so many MPs today will be scared by this. And my partner came home and said, I don't want you to do it anymore. Because the next time that phone goes, it could be a different conversation. So there's so many layers to this. At the heart of it are David's family and friends, and I know for them now that their lives will never be the same again. They will think about this every single day for the rest of their lives. And like I said, even David's staff, so many of the people today who have been out there trying to do the right thing, trying to do a really important job in public life, and then this happens, and it is unbelievable that it can happen. I still can't believe this has happened. So it feels very raw for me, and I know from the messages I've been receiving from politicians across the political spectrum, for them it is incredibly raw. But the main people that are on my mind are David's family and friends, and I know the roller coaster that they will now be on. And there's so little that you can say because it's happened. Safety is always on my mind, everywhere I go and everything I do. And it was before I became an MP, but now more than ever. And I'm really well looked after by the police. The West Yorkshire Police have been absolutely amazing. But you do think, should I go there? Should I do that? And obviously you want to be accessible. You're a public servant. You're there to serve the public. And how can you do that when you don't feel safe? And how can you do it and be open and accessible, which is what I want to be as an MP, when you know that there's a massive risk involved with that? I think that's really, really difficult. So now I'm thinking, I'm meant to be going to a few things this weekend. Do I go? Don't I go? My family and friends are saying you shouldn't go, but I've got a job to do. And I totally understand MPs and other people in the public life who say, look, I just want to do my job, but ultimately there are massive risks involved with that now. So it is always there in your mind.
The Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, whose sister Joe Cox MP was murdered in 2016.
Much more reaction on this story to come in the final hour of Drive. The Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hall's had some really interesting things to say in the last few moments about protecting MPs. We'll bring you that in the next hour. And thank you for your texts and your personal memories as well of Sir David Amess. We'll continue to read those out. 85058 if you want to join.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 6 o'clock. This is Claire Runacres. Flags are flying at half-mast at Downing Street in tribute to the Conservative MP for Southend West, Sir David Amess, who's died in an attack at a constituency surgery. The 69-year-old was stabbed multiple times at Belfriars Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex at around midday. He was married and had 5 children. Police have arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of murder and have recovered a knife. Speaking in the past hour, Boris Johnson gave his reaction.
I think all our hearts are full of shock and sadness today to the loss of Sir David Amess MP, who was killed in his constituency surgery in a church after almost 40 years of continuous service to the people of Essex and the whole of the United Kingdom. And the reason I think people are so shocked and saddened is, above all, he was one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics.
Father Jeff Woolnow of St Peter's Catholic Church, which is near the scene of the attack, knew Sir David.
Sir David Amess, no matter which political leaning you may have, has been a true friend to everyone in the constituency that he serves. Nothing has ever been too much trouble. He's a Roman Catholic. I'm the local Roman Catholic priest here. All of the Christian community and others that know him from all different faiths will all be saying the same thing. What on earth has happened? Why has this happened? I'm shaking talking to you at the moment.
There's been shock across the political divide. The Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab called Sir David a formidable campaigner with a big heart. The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davies, said it was a truly terrible day for British politics. Brendan Cox, the widow of the murdered Labour MP Joe Cox, said the attack had brought back all the pain and loss of 5 years ago. Questions have again been raised about the security of MPs, as our political correspondent Peter Saul explains.
In 2016, in the run-up to the EU referendum, another MP, a Labour MP, murdered outside of her constituency surgery. And before that, there was the attack on Stephen Timms, a Labour MP, in 2010. So it has happened before. Mercifully, these things don't happen all that often. But I suppose people will say, what does this tell us about the kind of level of debate in our democracy at the moment? Has social media made things worse?
In other news, it's estimated that around 1 million people in the UK had COVID in the week to the 9th of October. The ONS survey suggests infection rates went up in all parts of the UK except Scotland, where they fell. And the US has announced it will reopen its borders to fully vaccinated foreign travellers on November the 8th. The White House had said last month it was planning to lift restrictions. The weather, it'll be a mostly dry evening with clear spells, staying dry overnight with a chance of a few isolated showers. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 6.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker, or the BBC Sounds app.
The M42 southbound, 2 lanes are closed due to an accident which went into the central reservation. It's between Junction 3 at Redditch and Junction 2 Hotwood Park services. Delays are still back to Junction 4 and it's taken about an hour to get through there. Traffic was held briefly on the opposite side of the carriageway, but that's now reopened. The M25 in Kent's been struggling all afternoon and evening. On the clockwise side, there was an earlier accident involving 2 lorries and 3 cars. It happened at Junction 1B, that's Dartford, and delays are still back to Junction 28 at Brentwood, and also over the QE2 bridge, and affecting traffic on the A13. And on the opposite side of the carriageway through the Dartford Tunnel, there was an earlier broken down vehicle that's causing delays at the moment back to Junction 4 at Orpington, even though the lanes have reopened. And on public transport, trains heading through Ipswich, some delays and cancellations there due to a signalling problem. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to Drive with Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey. The Prime Minister's been speaking in the past half hour. He says, I think all our hearts are full of shock and sadness today at the loss of Sir David Amess. Boris Johnson was paying tribute to the Conservative MP who was killed in his Southend West constituency earlier. The 69-year-old was stabbed as he met constituents at Belfair's Methodist Church.
Yeah, the Prime Minister then went on to describe David Amess as one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics. And he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable. In the last few minutes, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has given his reaction to the death of Sir David Amess.
My heart goes out to Sir David's wife, to his children, his wider family, his staff and all of his friends and colleagues. Today is a dark and a shocking day, the more so because, heartbreakingly, we've been here before. Informed by his faith, Sir David had a profound sense of public duty, and he was highly respected and much liked across the Houses of Parliament on all sides and within the Christian community. We now have to come together in response to this horrendous act and show that violence, intimidation and threats will never prevail over the tireless work of public servants like David, simply doing his job.
You would have come across him and worked alongside him for many years. What was he like as a person, as an MP?
He was much respected. He had that profound sense of duty. He was driven by his faith, and that's why across the parties, across Parliament, he was so respected and so liked. And there's a very profound sense of loss, I think, across politics, across faith and up and down the country.
And as you mentioned yourself, it feels very close to the tragic loss of your colleague Joe Cox. What do you think needs to happen now in terms of security for MPs when they're having constituency meetings?
Well, there are many questions, I think, that are still there, but I think today is a day when all of our thoughts and all of our focus are with Sir David's family. And there are questions for other days, but today our thoughts, our prayers, our focus is on them.
The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer speaking there. Peter Walker is a reporter with BBC Essex and he spoke to us earlier from Leigh-on-Sea.
And I'm at the police cordon, a large police presence, including armed officers. When we first arrived several hours ago, there was helicopter activity above our heads. An air ambulance was actually flying away from Southend. Behind the cordon in front of me, the Methodist Church where Sir David Amess was holding a surgery for constituents, as of course MPs do every Friday usually, when we're told a man walked in and stabbed him repeatedly. There's been a lot of people, not just media, not just residents, but people who knew him here, local councillors, church leaders, including a couple, actually in the last couple of minutes, who have laid the first bunch of flowers at the scene.
And tributes have been pouring in for Sir David from across the political spectrum. House of Commons Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle paid tribute, calling him a lovely man devoted to his family, to Parliament and his Southend West constituency. Clearly this is something that's going to be felt within the community for a long time to come. What is the mood there at the moment?
Sullen, sad, a local resident I spoke to in his 30s was talking to me about having met him at a surgery only a few months ago, having a heated discussion about a local theatre. He said the two of them don't meet politically. However, he was nothing but amenable, understanding, patient. I spoke to a Methodist vicar who said he spoke to Sir David recently about the plight of refugees here. And again, Sir David, he said it wasn't high up on his agenda usually. However, he was keen to help and look after the refugees we have in Southend. The local council recently have taken in a load. There was a member of the local Conservative Party who said Sir David was his best friend, had known him for decades. He was in tears. Another resident who said he helped advocate for her sister and her special educational needs children and brought up exactly her family's plight in Parliament. He's been an MP here for decades, since the early 80s, I think, in Basildon, then moving over to Southend West. And one thing listeners may not know is among the things he advocated for over the years, he was chair, I think, of an all-party parliamentary group on endometriosis. You may not expect an MP in their senior years to be advocating on not only women's rights, but something that has only emerged as a modern phenomenon in the last 5-10 years.
That was Peter Walker, a reporter with BBC Essex. While we reporting, obviously, from the scene there, I'm just looking at the television at the moment. There are some microphones outside Essex Police headquarters. We are expecting to hear from them at some point in the next 20 minutes or so. We'll bring you that as soon as it happens. Well, Sir David was often on 5 Live over the years, particularly when he was being interviewed by Emma Barnett about endometriosis. Here he is, speaking to Emma in January of last year.
Well, even though I come from a female-dominated house, I've got a wife, 5 children, 4 of which are girls, I knew absolutely nothing at all about endometriosis. And it was through a constituent, Carla Cressy, coming to me at one of my surgeries, describing the suffering that she experiences, and hence my interest in the subject.
And what are you hoping to change?
Well, as we've just heard from your other guest, the average time of diagnosis is 7.5 years, which is crazy. So I and other parliamentarians, we've set up an all-party parliamentary group, and then the beginning of February we're going to launch an inquiry looking at the impact the lengthy diagnosis has on a person's mental and physical health, challenges in accessing care and pain management, and the impact the condition has on other aspects of a person's life, including their mental health and careers. The inquiry will take place in March, and at the end of it, we very much want to present to ministers and the government our findings, and then we intend to hold them to account.
That is the voice of Sir David Amess speaking to Emma Barnett on 5 Live, just one of the many campaigns that he pursued passionately over the years. We're still waiting for this press conference from Essex Police. What we did want you to hear, it was on the programme earlier, but if you missed it, it was an incredibly moving tribute to Sir David from his friend, the Conservative commentator Tim Montgomery.
Forgive me, Tony, if I'm a bit emotional. I wasn't going to do any media interviews, but I felt I had to say something about my friend. And I've had my own sort of mental health struggles recently. And it was just a couple of weeks ago, turned out to be the last time I spoke to him. David rang me and said, "How are you?" And you know what British people are like, Tony. We say, "I'm fine," even when we're not. And he pressed me and he said, "I know you're not well at the moment." And you know, a lot of people have spoken about his kindness in their tributes today, but he was impish as well. He was funny. In the conversation we had, he told me lots of silly jokes, and he was doing his best to lift my spirits. And just towards the end of the conversation, you know, he said, "I know you're not in the best place at the moment," he said, "but if it ever gets darker, you'll call me, won't you?" And I said, "Of course I will." And he said, I mean it. He said, "If you really get in a dark place, you will call me, won't you?" And I promised that I would. And of course, he's not going to be there now. And but I think there would probably be an awful lot of people who would testify to those sorts of experiences with David Amess. I've known him for 25 years. He used to run the prayer receptions that we had when I was running the Conservative Christian Fellowship in the House of Commons. And at those events, he took an interest in everyone who came. He was a deeply caring man. Look, and he was a specially caring man. I think he was very special. But one thing I would say to your listeners, to you, Tony, is in my experience of most MPs on all sides, Labour, Liberal Democrat, SNP, there are bad apples in every barrel. We all know that. But most MPs are good people. They want the best for the country, for their constituents, for the causes that they came into Parliament to represent. And if there's any tribute we can give to a very fine man who we've lost today, it's to remember that the MPs we sometimes throw mud at, ask tough questions of, they're fellow human beings, and most of them are wanting the same things all of us want. And kindness was one of David Amess's hallmarks, and perhaps as a society we need to show it a bit more. ourselves.
Well said, Tim. Often people see the rosette, don't they, before they see the person behind it, and particularly the colour of the rosette. From my perspective, I've interviewed him over the years, but it was just that smile. I mean, that from winning Basildon in 1992 onwards, when he just popped up on the telly, and at that point, that was the moment in that election, the most memorable moment. And I've seen him in operation when I've been in the Commons covering Brexit, all kinds of things. He exuded, I would say, kindness, and I don't really know him that well, but a sense of fun. And someone else said earlier on, and I think you've touched on it as well. He could be mischievous. He liked to laugh, and he liked a good anecdote.
He really did. I can't really remember exactly what it was all about now, but I went to Israel with him a few years ago on an MP's visit, and I remember him dressing up as a statue and under this sort of blanket and jumping out on all of us and surprising us. And it was silly, but it was him, really. He had an enormous sense of fun. He believed in, he was a campaigner against abortion. He was a campaigner for animal welfare. There were causes that he believed in that would divide people, that upset people. But fundamentally, he was just a human being, and he loved other people. And I think, his constituents, I hope, would say from Southend, whether you voted for him or not, whether you agreed with him or not, he was there for you. And that is true of most MPs. And, perhaps we need to acknowledge that a bit more.
Yeah, Eric Pickles was saying earlier on, because we were reflecting on the fact he was a backbencher for 40 years, and he said he never became jaded. He had the same level of dedication that when he first became an MP in 1983.
Yeah, and I was actually slightly surprised to realise he was 69. He still actually sort of, I was thinking, God, is he really 69? He still had that youthful energy. Lots of MPs, they want to be there to be ministers, or they want to be there for office, and that's a good thing. Wanting to serve your country at a high level is a good thing. But David was always happy just to be that campaigning backbencher. He loved Southend. He loved Basildon. I hope now, he wanted to give Southend a city status. I hope that was always a cause that had a lot of merit to it. And I think, that's another way that hopefully the powers that be will acknowledge the great contribution that he made to parliamentary life, will perhaps be sort of fulfilled in recognising the city the town he loved to become the city that it deserves to be.
You would hope so, Tim. I appreciate your level of upset today, so I don't want to prolong this, but I just want to ask you one thing. You talked about Sir David's call to you, telephone call, asking how you were and being concerned. Every MP I've spoken to on the programme so far this afternoon has talked about how they have been threatened in their constituency, whether that's physically or verbally or in writing. Did he ever talk to you about that? Did he ever have any concerns about his own safety, about his relationship with people? Was there ever any mention of that?
I remember we talked because Stephen Timms, the Labour MP, was stabbed, I think, was it 10 years ago?
2010, that, yeah.
2010. And I remember briefly talking to him about that. And I remember, I don't want to put words into his mouth that I can't specifically remember, but it was very much of the kind, he was deeply, concerned for Stephen, and, they were fellow Christians in the House of Commons. But I think his instinct was, we mustn't ever put barriers between us and our constituents. And, seeing the sign outside the Methodist Church today, come and meet your local MP. I think, obviously, we have to do everything we can to think about how we can improve the safety of our MPs. But I think he'd hate the idea that because of the tragedy that has engulfed his family and those he loved today, that somehow MPs would withdraw from the public and wouldn't meet them in the way that he met them. We can't keep presidents safe and prime ministers safe if someone is determined enough to do a violent act, and we can't wrap our MPs in cotton wool. But all of us, I think, need to think more about how we create a culture in which they are safer.
Tim, you've spoken really well and you've done him proud. I appreciate you coming on the programme. Thank you
so much.
That was the Conservative commentator Tim Montgomery speaking to us a little bit earlier on Drive. We've had so many tributes from people who knew Sir David Amess today. Just 2 months ago, he was doing a virtual book tour of his memoirs, Eyes and Ears, A Survivor's Guide to Westminster, and he spoke about giving support to colleagues in the House of Commons.
We're supposed to be honourable and right honourable. And I think in the privacy of the tea room, that's sometimes when you can take a colleague aside, learn about their trials and tribulations and perhaps encourage them, because I've seen so many sad cases, Jeffrey, as I know you have over the years, and you just wish you had been there for them to help them. Our new colleagues elected on the 12th of December 2019 have had such a rotten introduction, really, because of the coronavirus pandemic. I just hope that there are some people who are helping them and guiding them. That's what I really hope.
Well, that's the voice of Sir David Amess. You may have heard him refer to a Geoffrey there. Well, the Geoffrey he was talking to was Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown, the Conservative MP for the Cotswolds, and a friend of Sir David's. And he joins us now. Sir Geoffrey, hello.
Hello.
Hi. I especially just want to remember the person, Sir David Amess, as well as the politician today. But just if we can begin with your reaction to the news we've had this afternoon.
I am absolutely devastated, so much so that I was asked by your programme to come on a couple of hours ago, and I refused, but until I got myself sort of my brain together, as it were. But I knew him extremely well. We were both very good friends. He was always a good parliamentarian. And as other tributes have said, he was always a man who was looking out for people who were in some form of difficulty or trouble, as that clip says. So I think we've lost a really, really good colleague, and it's a very sad day. And I pay huge sympathies to his wife, Julia, and his 5 children. It must be a devastating day for them.
What's coming across very clearly today is that his passion for people and politics was absolutely 100% genuine.
Oh, absolutely 100%. I mean, in the years gone by, he and I used to be on the adjournment debates, which is an occasion at the end of a session when you can raise any subject under the sun. He always raised subjects about his constituency and the passion which he did it. Politics was his life. Politics and his great faith were his life. It is, it's a really, really sad and it's one of those days that really makes you think about what might happen in the future.
Indeed, and I do want to address the wider issues that this story brings to us in just a second, but just Boris Johnson spoke earlier and talked about his 40 years of dedication and service to the nation, and that was by and large as a backbencher for Basildon and then Southend West. And I've spoken earlier today. The tragic irony of all this is he was meeting the very constituents who, by all accounts, he was peerless in serving.
Well, as I heard a clip on the news earlier from. He was one of those people that would always take an interest in everybody. It didn't matter who they were, but he'd always want to know what they were doing in their life, how they were getting on, whether they got any problems. It didn't matter who they were. And that's really what a really good constituency MP should do. And of course, he was doing his surgery this morning, carrying out those duties to help people who, in one way or another, were in trouble. And it's absolutely tragic that this should have happened while he was trying to help his constituents.
We've talked about I mentioned the wider issues. Anne Widdicombe was on earlier, and she was saying David would hate it if the situation changed in his name, i.e., surgeries were made more difficult for constituents to attend. But inevitably, Priti Patel's referred to it already, the Home Secretary, questions are going to be asked now about just how vulnerable MPs are when meeting their constituents.
Well, that, I'm afraid, is an inevitability. I mean, I've had my Chief Constable very kindly on the phone earlier today, talking about all of this. We've still got to allow people, I think, to come and see us at our surgeries. I will be holding a coffee. I now have coffee morning surgeries. People can turn up and have a coffee with me and chat whatever they want. And I will be having one next weekend. But it's important I think that anybody who's got a problem, who just wants to have a chat, should be able to come along to those surgeries. Otherwise, democracy will be changed. You know, if we can't walk up the streets of our high streets talking to people, how do we find out what's going on? So I think whilst we've got to be cognizant of the danger, we've also got to be still try and carry out our duties as best we can.
And yet, every MP I've spoken to on this programme, either serving or former, has said that they at one point or another have been threatened in the course of their work. Some Dominic Grieve, I think it was, who said he was manhandled at one point. And another MP I spoke to said it's not something MPs talk about to each other. Have you had a similar situation?
I've been quite lucky. I mean, I had some fairly forceful verbal exchanges. I think there might have been one occasion in an election where my research assistant literally sort of stood in front of me because there was sort of, I think, a situation brewing where somebody was going to throw a punch. But other than that, in 29 years of politics, I've been quite lucky. But I don't underestimate the problems, and I think it's probably worse in inner cities, perhaps, than it is in a rural constituency like mine. And I don't underestimate. After all, we've had the tragedy of Joe Cox. We've now got Sir David. And I think those, particularly in inner city constituencies, will have to think very carefully about their security now. We all will, but particularly those in inner cities.
And we've also referred back to the attack on Stephen Timms as well in 2010 too. Just as a wider debating point, Sir Geoffrey, the language of politics and the increasingly binary aspect of politics today, and the notion that everyone's either a winner or a loser, and the ratcheting up on the part of many people of anger, and the way the politicians perform in the Commons as well, but can be misinterpreted by the general public. Do you sense that politics now is perhaps different than it was 15, 20 years ago?
Well, I've been in the House for almost 30 years, and there's no doubt about it. As you say, I think that probably social media and 24-hour availability to everything that's going on all the time has contributed to this. And people have got, there's no doubt about it, on social media, they have got ruder to each other. It is a harsher country that we live in, sadly, not as considerate as it used to be. And I think we politicians really should try and set an example, if we can, of being considerate towards each other in the chamber, and hopefully that will percolate down to the rest of the country.
Just to end, I know you need to be away by past, but we're just about to hear from the Chief Constable of Essex, as well as the Police and Crime Commissioner. So we'll go to that in just a second. Before we do, we've just time, Sir Geoffrey, for your abiding memory, really, of Sir David Amess.
Sir David Amess would get up in the House and he would say, "I am bidding for Southend to be a city." And I can't remember how many times he'd do it in Prime Minister's questions. He'd do it whenever the opportunity presented itself. And I think he was probably about the most dedicated constituency MP in the entire House.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown, thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this sad day.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yes, I wish the circumstances were much different, but thank you for your time. I appreciate that. The Conservative MP for the Cotswolds there. Right, let's go to that press conference. Essex Police Chief Constable Ben Julian Harrington and Police and Crime Commissioner Roger Hurst.
Short statements. First the Chief Constable and then the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner, and they've been
there we are. This is the preamble. Actually, we get with the journalists are now being told who will speak. So I'll clarify that. We're about to hear from Essex Police Chief Constable Ben Julian Harrington and the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner Roger Hurst. They are. I'm looking at the television pictures. I think they're approaching the microphones now. So I'll let them take it away.
Sorry, sir, please step to the right. Thank you.
At just after midday today, Essex Police were called to reports of a stabbing in Eastwood Road North, Leigh-on-Sea. The response of the emergency services to this incident was immediate, and our officers arrived on scene within minutes. When they arrived, they found Sir David Amess MP, who had suffered multiple injuries. This was a difficult incident, but our officers and paramedics from the East of England Ambulance Service worked extremely hard to save Sir David. Tragically, he died at the scene. A 25-year-old man was arrested immediately at the scene on suspicion of murder. He remains in custody. A knife was also recovered at the scene. The investigation is in its very early stages and is being led by officers from the Specialist Counter-Terrorism Command. We made it clear at the time of the incident that we did not believe there was any immediate further threat to anyone else in the area. It will be for investigators to determine whether or not this is a terrorist incident. But as always, they will keep an open mind. Today is a tragic day for the family and colleagues of Sir David, the community of Southend, and indeed for the whole of Greater Essex. Sir David has dedicated his life to serving the communities of Essex and Southend, and today he was simply dispensing his duties when his life was horrifically cut short. I know the residents of Essex, of Southend West, will stand with me today in remembering a member of our community. Here at Essex Police, officers right across our force, and particularly in Southend, have enjoyed a long-standing and positive working relationship with Sir David, and today's events will be hard to take for everyone who knew him. Specially trained family liaison officers are providing support to his family today. Our officers will continue to work around the clock to ensure justice is delivered for Sir David and his family. And I'd like to thank the people of Southend for their understanding as the investigation continues. I would urge anyone who has any information in relation to this terrible incident to call Essex Police on 101, online, or indeed via Crime Stoppers. Finally, I ask for everybody to respect the privacy of Sir David's family at this really difficult time. And lastly, to say that my personal thoughts, having worked with Sir David, and of course all of those from Essex Police, and our prayers are with Sir David and his family at this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Constable. This is a shocking and utterly despicable attack against somebody who was an outstanding MP and has worked tirelessly for their community for many, many years. My prayers are with Sir David and his family at this incredibly difficult time. I know from personal experience the passion with which he stood up for and represented this community. He had a big heart. I also want to acknowledge the officers who attended the event for their bravery and courage. It is vital that we give the police all our support to ensure that they can do their job at this time. For anybody who has information, please do not hesitate to contact the police. Thank you.
There we have it. There'll be no questions. So the first voice you heard there was the Chief Constable of Essex Police, Ben Julian Harrington, and we also heard from the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner Roger Hurst. One of the things that stood out there, obviously it's far too early to even imagine the motives of what led to the attack today, but it was interesting that the Chief Constable said the investigation is being led by officers of Counter-Terrorism Command, and it's to them to try to determine if this is a terrorist incident. So no further details, but Counter-Terrorism Command leading that inquiry into the death today of Sir David Amess. Right, let's get the news and sport now, shall we, on 5 Live? It's 6:32.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Flags are flying at half-mast in Downing Street in tribute to the Conservative MP for South End West, Sir David Amess, who's died in an attack at a constituency surgery. The 69-year-old was stabbed multiple times at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex at around midday. He was married and had 5 children. Police have arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of murder and have recovered a knife. There's been shock across the political divide. The Deputy Prime Minister, Dominic Raab, called Sir David a formidable campaigner with a big heart. The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, said it was a truly terrible day for British politics. Brendan Cox, the widow of the murdered Labour MP Joe Cox, said the attack had brought back all the pain and the loss of 5 years ago. In other news, the US has announced it will reopen its borders to fully vaccinated foreign travellers on November the 8th. The White House had said last month it was planning to lift restrictions. We've got the sport now with James Gregg.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle. Taking charge of his 1,000th game as manager on Sunday has landed the Newcastle boss, Steve Bruce, a place in the League Managers Association's Hall of Fame. He's going to become the 34th manager in the modern era to reach the 1,000-game landmark.
It's 1,000 games. I've played 950 as a player. I've been involved 43 years. I've won every domestic medal there is. What you cry for is a little bit of respect at times.
Well, this, of course, and I've been guilty of it as well, of speculating about his future after the takeover from the Saudi-led consortium of Newcastle last week. They're now one of the richest clubs in the world, of course, are Newcastle. He'll be in charge for the Spurs game, 4:30 on 5 Live on Sunday. You can hear how that one pans out. Meanwhile, Chelsea have confirmed that Thiago Silva will be missing tomorrow's trip to Brentford. He's flying back to the UK from South America after he was skippering Brazil in their 4-1 win over Uruguay in a World Cup qualifier on Friday morning. Thomas Tuchel, his manager, did say before the international break that he didn't expect to have Silva available, but it didn't mean that he was too pleased when he was asked about it earlier.
Of course, I'm not happy, but I knew it before. I knew before when he will come back, and we knew before when he will travel, so nothing new. I got used to a lot of stuff in national breaks, and this is how it is nowadays. Are we happy about it? All the coaches with the amount of games our players play for their countries? No, we are not. Does anybody ask us? No.
Similar headaches as well for Liverpool's Brazilian duo Alisson and also Fabinho. They're travelling directly to Spain from international duty. That's to complete their COVID-19 quarantine. The club are sending them to Madrid because Liverpool are playing against Atletico Madrid in the Champions League on Tuesday. That finishes their 10 days in isolation. More football ahead this evening with Darren Fletcher, Kevin Nolan and Jonathan Woodgate on 5 Live. Football Social from 7 o'clock. Stammering Sale have a bit of a boost tonight. They've got champions Harlequins in the Gallagher Premiership. Our Rugby Union correspondent Chris Jones will be on commentary duty tonight. Can give us a bit of a preview, Chris.
Hi there, James. Yeah, lovely evening for rugby here at the AJ Bell. Bit of northwest chill in the air, but otherwise it's dry and it's still. And that'll be welcomed by the free-scoring Harlequins. The champions are on a roll. A sensational title win last season. They've picked up where they left off with 3 wins so far this campaign, including that stunning second-half thumping of Bristol this time last week. The orchestrator Marcus Smith is starting at fly half, while Sale, who, as you say, have had a patchy start to the season. That boost you mentioned, James, is the return of Tom Curry and Manu Tuolangi. They're both starting. 2 men who, if fit, walk into the England squad, which Eddie Jones names on Monday afternoon. We're live on Sports Extra from 7:30.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So 7:30, Sports Extra. It's a busy one on Sports Extra as well today. Owen Morgan's Calcutta Knight Riders need another 68 runs. They've only got 3 wickets left, though, and just 22 balls remaining. That's in the Indian Premier League final against the Chennai Super Kings. It's looking very unlikely. That one, of course, the World Cup from the T20 format starts on Sunday. And English pair Laurie Cantor and Matt Fitzpatrick are both a shot behind the leader, Frenchman Roman Langasque, at the Andalusia Masters at Valderrama in Spain. Langasque is 4 under par at the halfway stage.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker or the BBC Sounds app.
Traffic was held briefly on the M62 westbound between junction 23 at Huddersfield and 22 at Rishworth Moor. Lanes have reopened, but traffic's still queuing. It's taken about half an hour to get through there. The M42, 2 lanes are currently closed and long delays. Now, the car and the van went into the central reservation southbound between junction 3 at Redditch and junction 2 at Hopwood Park Services. Delays are still back to junction 4. The M25 as you head through the Dartford Tunnel. There's nearly a broken down vehicle anti-clockwise. That's heading between junction 1A at Dartford and junction 31. Delays are back to Orpington at junction 4. And on public transport, trains are struggling at the moment at Ipswich. Some delays and cancellations. That's due to a signalling problem. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I listen every day.
I trust the presenters. The voice of the UK.
There are lots of people calling us tonight.
5 Live Drive. BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, good evening. It is Drive on 5 Live with Michelle Ackley and Tony Livesey. We're continuing to react to this tragic news today that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death at his constituency surgery. I mentioned earlier that the Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, had some interesting things to say. He's obviously paid tribute to Sir David, but he got onto the subject of MP safety, saying that we've got to learn from his killings to make sure that democracy is protected. So let's have a little listen to what he had to say.
David was a friend. He was a friend to all in Parliament. He was well loved. He was well liked. And you can't say that about all of us, but David was one of those genuine figures, always wanted to speak about Southend. It was always about Southend, about being a city. What a lovely, lovely man. As we say, devoted to his family, devoted to animals. You know, he stood up there and sometimes against his own party on his views. He was absolutely well liked, well loved, with this deepest respect for everybody, but also he respected, as we say, animals, his life, his family. It was all about David. He was that man. He was that great person. You know, I had the privilege of having him working on the chairman's panel. You know, he was on there as one of our chairs, one of the senior members in Parliament. He got his night up for his duty and his care to Parliament. You know, he was that well-loved figure. As I say, we're all in shock. We're absolutely taken aback that this has happened again. And as we say, our thoughts and prayers with David's family, his friends, his colleagues. There are so many of them. He was that bright light of Parliament. He'd been there so long, well loved, well respected. As I say, we're all in shock. And it is a tragedy that should never happen. This is on the streets of our country. This is of somebody who is carrying out his duty on behalf of his constituents, taking up constituents' issues. This cannot and should never happen. The one thing I've always been committed, I'm doing my surgery tonight, and I recognise that some MPs are not doing theirs. What we can't do is give in to these people who don't believe in our values, don't believe in what we do. I believe that the electorate needs to be able to communicate with the people who are elected, and it's part of our democratic process. It's that relationship. People want to destroy that relationship. That must never happen. But you're quite right. We've had a conference on this. This is about sharing knowledge, security, getting best practice. What I would say is we don't want knee-jerk reaction. What we want to do is make sure that MPs can carry out their duty. We've got to make sure that MPs are safe. And what we will do is go through this. We will review it. And of course, we're always updating all the time. It never stops. Our security is at the utmost within Parliament, within the police force in this country. And what we've got to do is learn and obviously do the right things to make sure that democracy is protected, because that's what we stand for. That's what we believe in. These are the values that we uphold. And what we can't have is people trying to stop MPs carrying out their duties. We've got to work with the police. We've got to work with Parliament. We've got to pull everybody together. We've got to make sure that MPs are safe, and we've got to make sure that they can carry out their duties without threat, without intimidation. As I say, we've got to look at the facts. We've got to find out what happened. And what we've got to do is make sure it doesn't happen again. David's death should not be lost or in vain of carrying out what he believed in. And he believed in democracy. He believed in Parliament. He believed in representing his constituents. And what I would say is no knee-jerk reactions. It will be looked at carefully, processed, and we will always do the right things to protect MPs.
Well, that's the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle there, interestingly talking about protecting MPs, but saying partway through that his surgery will go ahead tonight. He admitted that, or acknowledged that some MPs have cancelled their constituency surgeries in the light of what's happened this afternoon, but his will go ahead. It's such a fundamental part of being an MP, isn't it, to meet the people who voted for you. Right, it's Drive on 5 Live with Michelle and Tony. It's 6:42.
Yeah, we've been hearing from people on all sides of the political and social spectrum about the devastating loss of Sir David Amess, the Conservative MP for Southend West. He was stabbed to death earlier today at a constituent surgery in Leigh-on-Sea. He was a huge campaigner for animal welfare, and he was also president of the Music Man Project, a music education and performance charity for people with learning disabilities, which is based in Southend. The project's founder and CEO is David Stanley, who knew Sir David well. David Stanley joins me now. Thanks for speaking to us, David. How are you taking taking the news this afternoon?
Oh, it's just the most devastating news, and it's a shock, and it just hasn't sunk in at all, really. Sir David was a dear friend of mine, a personal friend, who, supported me and the work of my charity, with such passion and such affection. People with learning disabilities can't always change their own destiny. It's the nature of their disabilities often. And it needed people like Sir David, with the platform that he had, to open doors for them and to give them opportunities. And he's been with us, for our 20-year journey, which ultimately helped our students achieve a performance at the Royal Albert Hall and performances in front of members of the royal family and breaking world records and touring the country with our music.
We're getting a real sense from the tributes just how important charity was for him. We mentioned, focusing on animal welfare, women suffering from endometriosis, and as you're saying, David, people with learning disabilities. Explain how the two of you worked together on your project.
Well, as a local musician in Southend, I got to know David from playing at concerts, events, receptions, and we struck up a friendship. So when I extended my work into people, to music for people with learning disabilities, and told him about my ambitions, he's just been fully behind me and supporting me, and helped fundraise and any event, any concert, Sir David would be there. He put his Southend constituents first, and whatever your political views, he was well known for that and well loved for that in Southend. He would gallivant around the town, finding these causes, these charities, these events, whether it be a school concert or an event of any kind that celebrated and promoted Southend and its people. He was there, and he did it with such gusto. His character was such a big character, and it was perfect for our charity because he just promoted and celebrated the talents of our musicians with learning disabilities. And the charity, under his guidance and support, grew from strength to strength. And, there's now Music Man projects all right across the country, and we've taught overseas. But he was so proud that it all started in Southend and it's based in Southend. It was just another reason why he said Southend should be a city. He was just so proud of what we had achieved. But to do that for people with learning disabilities, I think that's quite rare.
And as you mentioned, Sir David helped you book some amazing venues, the London Palladium, the Royal Albert Hall, for the people within your charity to put on some fantastic performances.
Oh, can you imagine if you've got a learning disability or you're a parent of a child with a learning disability and the struggles that you must face every single day just to get by? And then you go and you are able to perform a 2-hour concert in front of 3,000 people at the most iconic venue in the country, the Albert Hall. And what that makes you feel when they applaud you. And that's what David understood. And yes, you're right, without him, we wouldn't have been able to perform in these venues. And, we had further dreams. We were going to take our performance to Broadway and do all sorts of other dramatic, events, just to show people that, just because you've got a learning disability, it doesn't mean you're not capable of inspiring and educating and entertaining thousands of people. No, you can do it in your own way. And he knew that journey for those people. He knew the generational journey from isolation and being hidden away to performing at the Albert Hall. He very well knew that journey, and he was so proud of us.
And the Trade Minister, Penny Mordaunt, has actually published the speech given by Sir David Amess at the event at the Royal Albert Hall. She says, for those who didn't know Sir David Amess, this will give you a measure of the man. She played a small part in getting 200 children with learning disabilities, as you say, David, to play at the Royal Albert Hall. And she's put the speech on there that he did. As someone from Southend, what impact will the loss of Sir David Amess have on the community?
Well, I don't know because we're still in such shock, but he was our champion. He championed Southend and everybody in it. And I mean everybody, children, people with disabilities, people that were vulnerable. And not many people knew just what he was doing. He did a lot of it in his own, very much his own time behind closed doors. He would get on with it and fight and promote his town. So we've lost that champion. We've lost somebody that was probably more proud of Southend than anyone I can imagine. And it's left a huge hole for our charity, for our community, and for the whole town. And it's just, the circumstances are just devastating.
David, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us this evening.
Thank you.
David Stanley Laird, CEO of the Music Man Project.
Well, another of Sir David's passions was animal rights. He supported a hunting ban and once introduced a motion in Parliament to ban trophy hunting, the notion of travelling the world and shooting tigers and giraffes, that kind of thing. Well, he worked closely with the charity Born Free, and we can speak to their policy advisor, Dominic Dyer, now. Hello, Dominic.
Hello there.
The word kind has been used a lot this afternoon, and the word passionate, and I presume you saw every side of Sir David.
Absolutely. I work on animal issues across Parliament, and I'm not, you can't afford to be partisan or choose one party over the other if you care about animals. But there are a few MPs that stand out that are always there. And don't just do this to sort of gain attention or sort of get into the headlines. They really believe in animal issues and are completely committed to it. And David was most definitely one of those people. I'm looking at a picture that I sort of posted on my social media tonight of being outside Westminster a few years ago with Brian May and David on a very wet day with a sign about badger culls. It was a horrible rainy day, but we just wanted to get outside after a debate and get some pictures for the media. And he was there and smiling and always engaging, and would write back to constituents on animal issues because, MPs get a lot of people raising animal concerns with them, and some MPs just think, well, this is a distraction from the other things I deal with, but not David. He was always there, would always be on top of the issues and expressing his concerns in Parliament. A huge loss to the animal world.
Yeah, and this, to a certain extent, is what you require of an MP, isn't it, to have some independence of thought as well, because he defied his party at one point around the hunting ban.
He did on badger culling, on the issue of hunting. He would be, controversial. He would go against the whips. He would raise concerns with ministers. He reminded in many ways of the late Tony Banks as an MP, someone that really sort of had a passion for animal issues and was a constituency MP through and through, very proud of their roots, very proud of where they came from. They were very similar in many ways. And then we miss Tony all these years later, and we're going to definitely miss David. We can't afford not to have these voices in Parliament for animals.
We've talked a lot this afternoon about how the fact he was a backbencher for 40 years. And it's one thing, Dominic, to have a passion, isn't it? But to sustain it for so long and for it to be genuine and for him to work hard at what he was doing as well, that passion has to be genuine because, I'm probably going to state the obvious now, but some MPs may espouse causes that perhaps they're not as passionate about as they ought to be, but might garner a headline or two.
Absolutely.
It sounds like David Amess didn't do that.
You can read through that very quickly. With David, it was different. He wouldn't be there just to get the headline or get the media attention. He would always be there in the background. He'd always be there doing the work. If it was a meeting of MPs and there were few around, David would always be there. If a need to raise an issue in Parliament, he'd do it. He'd be writing letters. He'd be expressing concerns. He was a big supporter of the Conservative Animal Welfare Foundation. That's become a very powerful voice in Westminster within this government on animal issues that I'm very supportive of. And David was there in the early days, and I think has pushed many of the new intake of Tory MPs to take animal issues more seriously as well. So I think he's had a greater influence across the party than many people probably appreciate.
Yeah, it's a question I've been asking most people who've been on the show today. Dominic, do you have an abiding memory? I mean, if you think of Sir David Amess, where do you go to first?
I think, he'd always be there with a placard. We do a lot of sort of trying to place messages and things. It might be trophy hunting. The last one I saw him was just outside Manchester holding, an anti-trophy hunting banner, smiling as ever and putting his face to a message that he clearly believed in. And I think that was David for me. And recently we did quite a lot of work on dog issues. I've been involved in a campaign called Tuck's Law, where we've been trying to ensure vets actually scan microchips before dogs are euthanized. And David was a huge supporter of that. And, we had a private members bill and debate in Parliament. And, we always need to motivate MPs and get them to support what we're doing. And he was always there. So I huge supporter of dogs, passionate about his own pets and his own companion animals, but wanted to do so much for street dogs and other dogs in need as well.
Yeah, as I've been watching the TV coverage while we've been reporting this afternoon, every other picture seems to be Sir David holding some kind of dog, whether it be, I think so far I've seen 2 pugs, 3 whippets and a Westie.
But, dogs are a gateway to animal issues for many MPs. They have dogs, they're passionate about them, and they get concerned about animal issues. And I think David, was one of those who really took to his heart protecting dogs, and then got so much more interested in farm animal issues, in fox hunting, in badger culling, in trophy hunting, in the ivory trade. An endless list of issues. David would always be there. And we need so many people like that in Westminster, and we don't have many of them. And it's a horrible day to think about what's happened to him and what this means for the safety of all MPs. But, we can take it for granted. We can criticise MPs, but, they do put their lives on the line effectively by being public figures and allowing the public to have access to them. And this is a tragedy that's happened all too often. And I think we've really got to look at what we need to do to give better protection to MPs in the future.
Dominic, appreciate you coming on the programme. Thank you.
Not at all.
Thank you. Dominic Dyer there from the charity Born Free, as you heard, did a lot of work with Sir David Amess over the years. Right, it's 6:54 now on Drive.
The death of Conservative MP Sir David Amess has come as a massive shock to all across the country, including his constituents in Southend-on-Sea. We can speak to one now, Emma Giannucci. Emma, thanks for joining us. How are you feeling?
Pleasure. Yeah, I'm still in shock, to be perfectly honest. He was, without a doubt, an incredibly kind and lovely gentleman. With myself, I know that I've different political views, and that never mattered. It was always to agree to disagree and show the utmost respect. It is a devastating loss to our town. He really, truly cared about each and every one of us. Any issues we had became his issue. He, for me, was like a gentle lion, strong, kind and supportive. And I'm at a loss for words on this, sorry.
No need to apologise, Emma, at all. Obviously, there's going to be shock and disbelief within your community right now. I'm not sure if we've still got Emma. Hello, Emma? Oh, no, I think she's gone.
She's gone, yeah. I think we've lost her. OK, that was one of Sir David Amess's constituents. Reflecting on his life, it is difficult for many of the people. That's why I'm so
Absolutely.
That's why I'm so appreciative of people coming on the programme today, because it is difficult. Well, a mass is underway currently in Southend for Sir David. People have gathered at St Peter's Catholic Church in Eastwood Parish in Leigh-on-Sea. It's been taken by Father Jeff Woolnough. If you've been listening throughout the afternoon, you'll know that I spoke to him earlier, along with the Reverend Steve Tinning, who's a minister at the nearby Lee Road Baptist Church. Both of them worked extensively with Sir David.
He was born to do the sort of role that he took on. It's not something that anybody can take on, and his family clearly showed him incredible leniency and support in the dedication that job gives to somebody. But no, like you say, that smile, that warmth, he always, when I got invited to his offices in Westminster, I'd sit down expecting 5 minutes with him, and immediately he'd put the kettle on and sit me in these enormous comfy chairs in his office and show me around all the art in his room. And he was just so devoted to his constituency, and like you say, a backbencher for the vast majority, if not all of that time, chipping away at the government to try to see Southend become a city, which was one of his big passions, and yet, he didn't let ambition get in the way of him serving his constituency the best way he knew how, and that's certainly how he'll be remembered locally.
I know it's difficult on a day like today to ask you both to come on the radio, but you're doing really well. And I just wonder if both of you, or I'd start with you, Jeff, and could just give us an idea of how the people of Southend are reacting to this today from any conversations that you may have had.
Well, I think it's an evening of reflection, of realising how tremendously lucky we've been to have such a caring MP for Southend West, and for such a great character who we can't replace him. Whoever succeeds him cannot be him. He's individual, and because of that, tonight the mass we're having here at 6:00, we need silence to remember that, because there's a lot of noising in our heads because of what's gone on earlier on, a lot of clutter that we need to put aside, and just thank God this evening for giving us the gift of David Amess.
Jeff, have you written your eulogy for tonight? Are you?
No, I don't. I never write.
So you're just going to speak from the heart, yeah?
I'm reasonably well versed in scripture. Whatever comes my way, I shall just let people know. But it's not about me speaking about that. It's giving people the opportunity to come here and pray and be silent. That's the main thing we want to do tonight.
So that's at 6 o'clock tonight at St. Peter's Catholic Church.
St. Peter's, Eastwood Parish on Eastwood Road North, yeah.
Yeah, and Reverend Steve Tinning, a final thought from you, perhaps your go-to memory of Sir David Amess?
Yeah, I mean, well, similarly, locally, people are asking where they can go. The reason I phoned Jeff earlier is because we were toying with opening the church up for vigil, but we didn't want to do anything in competition, and knowing that was there, we wanted to just point people towards that Mass and that vigil, so that's what we've done. My lasting memory of David was just this accessibility of David. I know just a couple of months ago, the government were voting on whether to cut foreign aid, and the vote had come at a very sort of last-minute moment, and I'd sent David a text message to say, please, you need to vote against this. And I don't say this to share political views, but just to sort of give you a reflection of the man he was. Didn't hesitate in texting back. That's how accessible he was to assure me that he was voting against that. And
well, there we are. It's a big ask to request that people come on the show on a day like today. So thank you very much to everyone who's done so. The Friday Football Social's on the way. Darren Fletcher in the chair for that. Tomorrow morning, Ellie Oldroyd will actually be in Leigh-on-Sea speaking to Sir David's constituents. So that's Ellie and the Weekend Breakfast team from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. For myself and Michelle on a very dark day, thank you for being with us this afternoon. We'll be back on Monday with Drive. As I say, the Friday Football Social on the way with Darren Fletcher. We'll see you on Monday.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Claire Runacres. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death while holding a constituency surgery in Essex. A 25-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of murder. The Chief Constable of Essex Police, Ben Julian Harrington, said the investigation was being led by counter-terrorism officers, but investigators will be keeping an open mind about the motive.
Today is a tragic day for the family and colleagues of Sir David, the community of Southend, and indeed for the whole of Greater Essex. Sir David has dedicated his life to serving the communities of Essex and Southend, and today he was simply dispensing his duties when his life was horrifically cut short.
The Prime Minister described Sir David as a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague. Flags have been lowered to half-mast outside Parliament and in Downing Street. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, said it was a dark and shocking day.
Informed by his faith, Sir David had a profound sense of public duty, and he was highly respected and much liked across the Houses of Parliament on all sides and within the Christian community. We now have to come together in response to this horrendous act and show that violence, intimidation and threats will never prevail.
The former Tory MP Anne Widdecombe paid this tribute to Sir David.
He was a close personal friend. I was godmother to one of his children, and he was a tremendous colleague in the House of Commons. He was devoted to that constituency, and he was always full of enthusiasm for things that were going on in Southend, full of enthusiasm for Parliament, full of life. It's just a horrible shock.
In other news, around 43,000 people may have wrongly been given negative COVID-19 PCR test results. The UK Health Security Agency has suspended testing at a privately run laboratory in Wolverhampton while the problems are investigated. The tests were carried out between September the 8th and October the 12th, mostly in southern England. The Office for National Statistics estimates that more than 1 million people in the UK had COVID last week. That's 1 in every 65 people and the highest number since the end of January. HGV drivers have expressed anger at government plans to encourage more foreign workers to come to the UK in the run-up to Christmas. But the Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has defended proposals to relax the rules on the numbers of deliveries that overseas lorry drivers can make in the UK, saying they will help address supply chain problems. And the Queen has appeared to suggest that she's irritated by the lack of action about climate change. During a private conversation at the opening of the Welsh Senedd, she was also overheard expressing frustration at not knowing which world leaders would attend the COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. The weather, it'll be largely dry and becoming increasingly cloudy through the night with scattered showers in northern Scotland. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 7.
BBC 5 Live.
Scott Mills and Chris Stark. How old are you, Libby?
I am 8.
What album are you going to review for us this morning?
Meatloaf, Bat of Hell.
Can you sing a bit to me now?
Gotta know right now, before we go any further, do you love me? Will you love me forever? Do you need me? Will you ever need me? Will you make me so happy for the rest of my life? Will you take me away? Will you make me my wife?
That sounds unreal. Go on, Libby. Oh, you're amazing. Scott Mills and Chris Stark. Saturday morning from 9.
5 Live Sports.
The Friday Football Social.
So welcome to the programme. The former Newcastle midfielder and current West Ham assistant coach Kevin Nolan's alongside me for the evening. Kev, I can't wait to get your take on everything that's happened on Tyneside this week. Steve Bruce will be in the dugout against Spurs on Sunday. Right decision?
For me, yes. Just to make sure that, everything stays similar and the same this week. So hoping that they get a positive result on the back of what's happened this week.
We'll get Jonathan Woodgate's thoughts on where Newcastle are heading under their new ownership and where Daniel Levy's taking Spurs. Before that, though, Kev, we're going to talk about Raheem Sterling. Can you see him playing abroad?
Yeah, I think he's certainly got the qualities to Fletch, and it'll be a shame to see him leave the Premier League because of the quality he has and what he's done for the Premier League in the past few seasons. But yes, certainly can see him doing that abroad.
Manchester United and Chelsea have a very different looking 6 weeks ahead of them. We'll get stuck into that. Ranieri's return as well, and talk to the former Rochdale midfielder Joe Thompson about beating cancer twice and the journey David Brooks has ahead of him. This is the Friday Football Social. You can get involved. It's at 5 Live Sport on social media, or you can text us. It's 85058.
5 Live Sport.
The Friday Football Social.
Darren Fletcher.
So welcome to the programme. We're on a